It seems so.
Past your bedtime.
I panic.
They're hoping to be done with it. Yeah, they're hoping to get done with the meeting, right?
I loved your story of the family that came by and looked at your house.
Oh my God, and then, thank you. All right, from that family, a written note. They looked up on it. I mean, I don't know how they remember her name.
I think we're starting.
Note to thank you.
We ready to go? Is that a yes?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yes, I'm also.
Recording in progress.
Family that came by and looked at your house.
All right,
And then,
here we go. This select board meeting, regular select board meeting convened at 6:31 p.m. on August 12th, 2026. I am Kimo Griggs, Chair of the Norwich Select Board. I'm joined by Brendan Klassen, Vice Chair. Are we ready to go? Mary Layton, remote. Matt Sweat, remote. And Rob Gear may be joining us, but has not yet. As is Town Manager Brendan Duffy, who will be running the Zoom session. Steve Schlock is taking our notes. And we welcome Beatrice from Junction Arts and Media, enabling our digital communications and recording. Thank you for attending this regular meeting of the Select Board, which has general supervision of the town of Norwich. We appreciate the valuable contributions of our town employees, elected and appointed officials, and the myriad volunteers that make our town what it is. We endeavor to be respectful of everyone while keeping what is best for Norwich as our North Star. If you are recognized during our meeting to speak, please try to keep your presentation to a maximum of 3 minutes. Vice Chair Klassen has been invited to remind you when your allotted time is up. Can everybody hear us online? Yes, good, great. Item number 1, the agenda. Would someone like to move approval of the agenda or recommend changes? If you are recognized during our meeting,
I move to approve the agenda as listed.
a maximum of 3 minutes. Vice Chair moves. Second.
I'll second it.
Layton seconds. Any discussion? No discussion. Let's vote. Klassen.
Aye.
Layton.
Yes.
Item number 1, the agenda. Sweat.
Yes.
And Griggs is a yes, and Gear is not present. Terrific. Item number 2, Chair's report. It's a little bit long, I apologize, but here I go. Since our last regular meeting of 3 weeks ago on July 22nd, I've been engaged in a number of activities. Brendan Klassen and I attended a select board meetup in South Royalton hosted by Two Rivers Ottaquechee Regional Commission, where discussion ranged from a 2012 Public Works Emergency, Non-Emergency Mutual Aid Agreement to shared municipal services supported by Two Rivers, and advice and reflections on capital budgeting. There will be a follow-up, including a survey of V-Trans bridge reports and other stuff. The next meeting will be hosted during late October or early November. It's a very useful meeting for select board members because we're going to have broad discussions about things without being among a quorum and learn about how other towns manage. I joined the community geriatric softball game the first Sunday afternoon of August and co-hosted the associated community potluck at Huntley Meadow with my wife, Abby Crossan. My team achieved an epic last inning comeback, while I also achieved a milestone, my first time getting all the way around to home plate safely. What a feeling. I've been assisting with the planning and setup of the Norwich Fair with the Lions, have been overseeing the meetings of the Tracy Hall Working Group, and attending to research in advance of our special meetings last week. I volunteered at voting yesterday, handing out ballots, explaining the correct way to fill them out. No, that did not include telling anyone who to vote for. I've communicated with a number of Norwich residents about concerns or frustrations they have or have had. I've encouraged them to please write to the Select Board in order to support discussion and find solutions. Also spent considerable time sharing stories with parents regarding what a great place we live in and the many magic moments our kids have experienced on trails, bikes, playing fields, and at camps this summer. We're a very fortunate town. Finally, I spent another 7 hours reviewing documents I collected to satisfy Marcia Calloway's public records request of all letters, memoranda, reports, texts, or other writings issued or sent by me or received by me from any current or former Norwich Town official, appointee, resident, or anyone else on any device, public or private, for the period of January 20th to July 8th, 2026, with reference to the work of the Norwich Selectboard, town business, personnel, or related matters. I don't know what the public records request is meant to cover, but this morning, Marcia Calloway sent me a new second request for public records for the period of July 9th to August 12th. I once again wrote to our former colleague, let her know, of course, I will fulfill her request, asking if I could at least have a rough idea what she might be interested in so that I can focus my search. The response I received was, my request is clear, as are the statutory requirements. So I'll spend more hours on that. That's the end of my chair's report. Number 3, public comments for items on the agenda. Do we have public comments? Would you please join?
I'll get my head out of the way.
Where's the public?
Carol Loveland, 32 Butternut Road, also a member of the Norwich Women's Club and a volunteer at the garden. I have a request for an update on the garden, and just a reminder that this process started on May 20th. And on the 22nd, I spoke to the select board, and I was notified by the town manager that he was working on estimates to relocate outside access of a water faucet. And on the 4th of August, I sent an email to the town manager inquiring about estimates. He responded on the 6th, saying that he'd not received the estimates, but they were done on July 15th and July 20th. And he would share them with me for my review when he received them. The request for the Norwich Women's Club to pay for 2 estimates, I believe, is withdrawn, as they were now 2 free estimates that were done. I have not, as of today, have not seen the estimates, and I'll need some guidance when we move forward on this as to, I just keep communicating with the select board and the town manager together, and then you guys will figure out as we move along who else I need to talk to. Okay, and my other thing I wanted to bring up to date is yesterday, since it was voting day, the garden volunteers decided out of an abundance of caution not to water the garden to prevent any tripping hazards, either in front of Tracy Hall or on the sidewalk. And Liz Guest happened to be here helping another volunteer get started, and she mentioned to Lily that we were not going to be watering at all on Tuesday until after the polls close. Thank you. That's it. I'm just waiting for the estimates. The garden volunteers decided out of an abundance of caution.
Anyone else? Yes.
To prevent
You're not going to get away so easily. Sue Pittiger, 1 Hazen Street. Many of you know that Carol Loveland and I are the immediate past presidents of the Norwich Women's Club. And we've done a lot of service for the town. And at this point, the garden group, are a group of women who range in age from about 65 to 85, are feeling that they might be getting stonewalled. I'm sure that's not the case, but it is beginning to feel like that. We are trying to get this small project done that we can pay for. And we really hope someone is listening, but I noticed that the town manager is not present. So that is discouraging. Just to let you know, that's how we are feeling.
He's
I'm present.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad. Well, I just,
Electronically present.
yeah, well, somehow that doesn't work for me. I just want the select board to realize that I don't think Carol's going to go away. I really don't. I don't think the garden group is going to go away. Unless you want it plowed over and put some stone there, we need water. Okay? We can pay for it. Let's make something happen. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, well, somehow that doesn't work for me.
All right.
I just want the
Anything else from the public? Yes.
I'm here early because I have something that's not on the agenda. Matthew Romian, Chief of Police. If you'll check out our Facebook post and our post in the listserv today, Today, we activated two new widgets at the police station, the public safety building more appropriately, really as an effort to give folks a way to get help when they need it, whether we are in the building or not. Given our lovely cell phone service within town, we really felt like we shouldn't just tell people to go call somebody on the cell phone. So effective today, if our front doors are open, you can come right in the front door. There's a telephone on the wall right next to the window looking into our admin's office. Pick that phone up, it'll immediately start ringing. If we are in the building, someone will answer it. If not, after 3 rings, it will roll right over to our dispatcher in Hartford. On the outside of the building, just to the right of the front door, there's a little silver box with a button on it. Push that, you'll be immediately connected 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, directly to our dispatcher. If you need fire, EMS, public works assistance, they will transfer you right over to Hanover, who is the dispatcher for those agencies. But if it's police department and interestingly enough, the fire district and the water department part of that is also dispatched by Hartford. So our dispatcher will handle that right there. So it's now available whether you have cell service or not.
Could I ask a couple of questions? Sure. I want to, this seems like, I don't mean, I'm not sort of a dark person, but what people from just coming up and punching up button and running off?
Not a thing.
And does that have any cost associated with it? People? No.
It doesn't until I find you. And we'll have a discussion about why that was not a great plan. You're live and living color standing there. So
okay. So is this something that could be, if one wanted to, distributed further out into the town? So you have emergency stations in different places if the town ever wanted to, or does it have to be?
It's we topic for another day, but I looked at building out one of those systems at my previous employer. So I do have a little bit of data rattling around in the noggin.
It seems like a great idea. Distributed
It's challenging here because of cell phone service.
Yeah.
Not impossible.
Well, you did. I mean, it seems like a great idea. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah, it's great. It's just a build out of what we had existing. So, all right, I'll be back.
Thank you, Chief.
I'm sorry, one more. If it's during the day, does it connect to our police force, or does it always connect to the telephone and the button?
So the telephone on the inside will ring locally first. But I don't want anyone to think when they pick up and say Hartford Police, they are our dispatchers. They dispatch for like a lot of places. But they will either dispatch us or dispatch state police if we're not available.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yep. Any other questions? Lily? The telephone and the button.
So the telephone on the inside will ring.
Hi there. I just wanted to give you guys an elections update, have it in the record here. We had our state primary voting yesterday from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. and also the 45 days before that. We had in total 1,167 votes cast out of a total voter population of 3,125 people. So our turnout was at 37%, which is better than it was in 2024 and worse than it was in 2022. And I have no data for 2020 or 2018. Of the ballots cast, 1,119 were Democratic, 4 were Progressive, and 44 were Republican. I had over 30 volunteers working at the polls with me. Thank you, Brendan and Chemo, for volunteering your time. I really appreciated it, and I love the shout out on the listserv this morning. Brendan, it made my day. Thank you. All of those volunteers, from Demo picking up pastries at Lou's at 7 a.m. to the folks who helped tear down the election at 8 p.m. are absolutely integral to how well elections function in Norwich. So thank you. And if you're out there listening and you'd love to volunteer, just come by my office and say hi. Looking ahead, I have a few brief weeks of respite, and then in early September, the state is going to pull all registered voters' addresses in preparation for mailing out ballots the first week of October. So again, if you're listening and your address has changed, it's really critical that you let me know so that I can get the correct address in the system before the state pulls them in September. You can also do it yourself if you go to vote.vermont.gov. The other thing I wanted to add, as people are talking about Tracy Hall renovations, is that it was really hot in the gym yesterday by evening. So whatever you're considering for this building, I would strongly advocate for some sort of climate control in that gym for the summer. And I think that's it. Thank you. Any questions about the election?
I'm good. Thank you.
No, congratulations on a successful completion.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Really,
Oh,
really
and I
well
should
run.
say, Rob also volunteered to help open ballots along with Brendan, and Mary and Matt. You guys bet your buttons I'm going to rope you in for November.
Great. Happy to help. So, Mr. Chair, could I just add on to Lily's point? Yesterday, when I was helping out in the morning session, 6 to 11, and of course, it wasn't a problem yesterday because it's high summer, but I noticed that the fluorescent panels on the ceiling, there might be, I don't know, 16, 20. There's 2 rows. I think one light is operational.
Yeah.
Now, come November, when we're in winter, it may be, I don't know, but it may be more challenging in terms of being able to see the ballots.
Yeah.
So if we could maybe have those light fittings looked at.
Okay. That's a good note. Yeah, I've noted that too, when people are in there trying to play and things like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other comments? Cheryl Lindbergh. Your hand is up. There you are.
Hi. Yes, I am here. I just wanted to pitch another item for Tracy Hall. With all the good things that are happening, I would like to make another pitch for the bulletin board outside of the building, and the really poor condition that it's in for those of us that use it regularly, and all. It's really in need of replacement. So again, I'd like to hope that the select board will work on that at some point soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Okay. Anyone else? All right, let's move on to approve minutes of July 8th, July 15th, and July 22nd, 2026. July 8th and 22nd are regular meetings. July 15th is a special meeting. I note that there are a number of edits made in blue, but I don't know who made them. It says public comment noted in blue, or maybe they weren't edits. Maybe that just means, I guess that just means they're public comments. All right, I mistake that. Mary, Matt?
I have a comment.
Yes, Mary.
On the, I believe it's the July 15th minutes, I believe a motion, the voting on a motion that we made, the vote was misrecorded. Like we made a motion that failed. It was the one that had to do with executive session and whether or not we were going to invite the town manager in. So as written in the minutes, it was the first motion that we made and 3 of us voted against it. And then and that one failed. So the second motion was identical, except that it just said, and to invite the town manager, and that was not included in the minutes. And I think for minutes, that is an important thing to correct, that all the motions that are made and the votes that are made should be documented correctly.
Now, can you direct us what page you're looking at?
I think it's
No.
11.
What? Excuse me? Somebody might have the page. I don't have the chops to do that.
I think it's at page 11, Mary.
It could be. I mean, you'll you know, I only have so many screens, so I can't print all this out.
So Mary, it says, it starts off, class and move to enter executive session, blah, 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 and then it finishes, comma, invite the town manager to join the executive session. Is that the one you're meaning?
Yeah, but I think when we during the meeting, we the first version that we voted down said to invite the town manager first to meet, as a select board, and after an initial period, then to invite the town manager in. So we did make a motion that failed, and I don't believe that was documented properly.
But
Is she referring to the one that?
no, not last week. This was on the
That's
15th.
The 15th.
But we in fact did meet initially without the town manager and then invited him in later in the meeting.
No,
No?
we had a discussion about whether to invite him in later or for the whole thing. And the way the motion initially read, it would be to invite him in later. And we had a big debate about that, and we had a vote about that, and that went down 3-2, and that's not recorded properly.
That's from last
Mary,
week.
I think that might have been the August 6th meeting.
Was that the August 6th one?
Yeah, I think that's.
Yeah, it was August 6, Mary, yeah.
Okay,
and
so that's, all right, and we're not considering that today. Okay, my bad on that. I just wanted to make sure that when that type of situation arises, it's all in there correctly. Thank you.
Okay.
And Mary, that's in there. Everything that I submitted for last week, that occurrence is definitely in there.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Okay.
All right.
It's all right. This is
Good.
how we get things right. Okay. Are there
Good.
any other edits? I know there were some questions about the first one, the July 8th. I believe it was true. I'm sorry, your first recording was July 15th.
Yeah.
So the July 8th notes, I have to admit, I didn't have a lot of time to go through them, but they were,
Mr. Chair, I think we're on page 6,
yes.
where it says item 13, update on Katuki case. And in the second paragraph, it concludes in bold, the chair declared no quorum. Motion failed.
Yeah, that was the wrong language.
I think it should be the chair declared motion failed.
Well, I mean, that actually is what I declared, but
Yeah.
I think, but
The no quorum's not quite right.
no, it's the wrong language.
Yeah.
Yep, I've been called out on that. Although I think I only said it once. Actually, yeah, here it repeats it.
It's repeated 3 times. Yeah.
Okay, I'd have to go back and listen. But I don't think that's what I said everywhere.
I would agree with striking that if you're thinking in that, thinking of amending, because if we didn't have a quorum, we couldn't be meeting.
Correct. Yeah, and I don't believe that's what I said. I don't believe that's what I said. So, but without listening to it, I can't be certain.
Do you want to table that one?
I think I would like to table the July 8th and give us a little more time to review that. It's going to require going back and listening to
Right.
and I didn't have a chance to.
Okay.
So, would the others look fine to me? I don't know about other people. We could just not move that one. We could just approve
Approve the other ones.
July. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Would you like to make a motion
Okay.
to approve the July 15th and July 22nd?
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the July 15th and July 22nd minutes as presented, and to table approval for the July 8th minutes until our next regular meeting. Is that right?
I'll
Yeah.
second that.
Okay, any discussion? No discussion, let's vote. Clausen?
Yes, yes, yes. I wanted to,
Oh, I didn't see you, I'm sorry. You got your hand up.
okay.
Carolyn Berg.
First of all, thank you for postponing the July 8th because I didn't have a chance either, and we need to go through those more carefully. I think on your July 15th, although I don't have the packet in front of me, there were 5 pages of minutes. I think on page 4, or I know, at least I'm seeing the third paragraph saying Clayton advanced an inquiry.
It's a typo.
Yeah, is that Mary? That's Leighton.
I think it is. It should be.
Okay.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Yeah. I think that's all I had to comment on those minutes. Thanks.
Oh, thank you, Cheryl. I noticed that and forgot. Appreciate it.
Right, okay. Did you find it? Ooh, these are your notes. Okay, so we amend,
Okay, no more Cheryl.
we can amend.
Yeah, no, she said on page 4, yes, Clayton says Clayton Advance.
Yeah.
She said Leighton. My apologies.
It's all right. All right, so we will modify the July 15th.
We'll amend them, not modify them.
Yeah, yes, amend.
Well, it's a typo. We're not really amending.
Well,
Do we need another
I'm
motion?
Leighton, not Clayton. I consider it amendable.
Yeah, we're going to amend them.
Okay.
So why don't you rescind your motion and we'll have a new.
Okay, I rescind the motion to approve the July 15th and 22nd minutes.
And I will
And-
also rescind my second.
Okay. Make a new motion.
I now make a motion to get this right. We're on 15th, right?
Yeah. Approve the minutes.
Approve the minutes for July 22nd. To table the minutes for July 8th and July 15th.
No, July 15th as amended.
July 15th as amended. Okay.
Amended to include.
So table July 8th and amend the minutes of 15 to correct the typo on page 11, changing Clayton, paragraph 3 to Leighton.
And I'll second that new motion.
All right, terrific. Now all hands are down. Let's go. Clausen,
Aye.
Clayton,
Yes.
Gear not present, Sweat,
Yes.
and Griggs. Good. Thank you. Item 5, 6, and 7 are Norwich Police Department spending requests. We have them in our packet. I assume everybody's read through them. And I wonder if anyone is ready to make a motion before we discuss these things.
I'd prefer we discuss
Me too.
first.
Okay, we're going to discuss.
Right. So Matthew Romia, Chief of Police for the town of Norwich. The first up is the 47 for the mini splits. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So the last, I believe, 2 years, 2 or 3 years, we have started seeing some age develop within our building. The building's knocking on 10 years old, I believe now. So we're starting to see some of our systems show a little bit of their age. We had an air handler go down winter before last, I believe. And this year, right sort of at the beginning of the summer, and one of our entire mini split systems went down. So the public safety building is served by two types of systems. The apparatus bay for the fire department is heated only, and it's I believe it's a boiler system. I'm not entirely sure what heats the water. I'll plead ignorance.
Oil fired boiler.
Entirely, very possible. The Modine heaters, and then the outside of the apparatus bay, the remainder of the building is heated by electric mini splits. And there are 3 of those systems within the building. And the one that failed on us this year was the smallest of the 3. And it served a portion of the police building and the garage. The garage does need to stay warm in the winter because it does have a wet sprinkler system in it as part of as does the remainder of the building. So as part of what we fairly routinely do, we summoned Arc Mechanical to come out and, hey, what's wrong with it? They informed me after examining the system that there was a pretty well catastrophic failure of that mini split involving the head unit. It also actually ended up backing up the drain line and soaking a little bit of the sheetrock behind the inside wall unit. So they told me that it was not repairable. So then we moved on to, okay, well, what do we have to do to replace it? And because we were getting into designated fund land and out of our operational and repair budget, we set about trying to get 2 more quotes. It was exceptionally difficult to get 3 companies to come give us quotes on these systems. There's just not a lot of places that are working on these type mini split heat pumps. Even though there seems to be this huge push to put them in, there's not a lot of companies that work on them after they're in, especially a system sort of as complex as ours is, because there are mini splits, but then there's these multiple air handlers and heat recovery units. And if my dad hadn't have been an engineer, I would be staring at these drawings, looking at them going crazy. At any rate, we were able to get Simple Energy, and we were able to get Germs Mechanical to come out and give us quotes as well. Simple Energy, unfortunately, did not give us the entire quote that I was looking for, because I asked all the companies, I said, give us something to fix this the right way, and then give me a contingency quote for I get down here and I get beat up and sent back to figure something else out. Tell me what I would have to do to get through the winter. And figure this out on a grander scale. ARC put both of those quotes on the same page. So our recommendation is option 1 from ARC Mechanical. Of notes, the 3rd quote from Germs did come in higher than ARC. So it's not part of the packet. I believe Brendan's plan is to put it in the next packet just for transparency's sake, and that's kind of where I'm at on this one. Any questions or concerns? Oh, there was a question submitted, and just to deal with that directly, the difference between the option 1 and option 2. Option 1 only deals with the garage portion of it, where option 2 deals with the other side of that wall that we really need to deal with as well. And there was a question about Mitsubishi and GE. Mitsubishi is the dominant force in this arena. And you'll note on the ARC quotation, we have a 12-year parts and compressor warranty, which is actually better than the one we had going into this.
How old is the system?
The building's knocking on 10 years old. This is 2017. And let me make sure that's right with Matt. I believe 2017 is the right date.
Sounds right.
And yeah, to be fair, a couple years ago when we were dealing with the last part that crashed, ARC gave us the warning. They said all three of these are going to die. And that was in our budget last year. We actually had more money starting to be set aside to deal with this issue. So
Okay.
down the road, we're inquiring about a maintenance agreement to maybe get a few more years out of things, but we don't really have one. We just by default have been calling ARC. So we've asked all the companies that do any kind of work, mechanical work like that, tell us what you think we need for a maintenance agreement to maybe extend the life of these things a little bit.
Makes sense. Good for questions? Matt, you have your hand up?
Yeah, thank you. When I read through the two different quotes, well, there's three different options, two from ARC and one from Simple. When I read through ARC's description, it seemed like they were saying that what they were replacing was a 1,200 or a 12,000 BTU unit. And so it seemed like option number two was sort of directly replacing what had failed. And then option number one seemed like we were adding more units and larger BTUs. And so I wanted to ask you to clarify. I could very well be reading it incorrectly, but it seemed, and then Simple Energy was essentially suggesting to replace what was broken with a 9,000, BTU unit inside and inside and out, and so that might be, under. That might be not enough for what you need. But why did you choose? You chose option number. If option number one is what you're recommending, it seems like that's by far the most expensive one. And so I'm wondering, is that replacing what was already there, or is that replacing plus adding more to what was there?
I'll take the third option, sort of in the middle. So the wall-mounted unit in the garage is a direct replacement, but on the other side of that wall, there was a air handler, heat reclaimer, and another piece up in the ceiling. And to deal with that side of the wall, it was going to be more cost effective for us to just put a wall unit in. So it's still dealing with the same. It's still dealing with the same spaces, but it was what they felt was a little more artful way to, and probably a more efficient way to deal with that space.
Interesting.
Okay, so
yeah.
I guess what I'm hearing is that you're saying option number one, even though it's more expensive and replacing sort of more than what just broke, it's either a simple or more elegant and efficient design. Is that right?
It is, and of note, and I know you don't have it, but the third option that we received from Germs was significantly more than that one. It was another $3,000 or $4,000 more than the one from ARC.
Then the option number one from ARC?
Correct. It was $16,770.
They will remove all the old equipment? Okay. And does this include the electrical?
They intend to reuse 99% of the electrical that's there. They specifically came out and dug through the panels and made sure that we're going to be over electrified a little bit for the new modern efficient I think we have a 30 amp breaker in there and they said they only needed 20.
Anything else? Mary?
Yeah, I appreciate the information from the chief, and also that just for us to keep in mind that mini splits, they appear to have a 10 to 12 year lifespan. So that's good for us when we're thinking about capital needs, is when do we need to replace these things? Was there a small contingency built into the ask, like for the additional electrical work, and is it enough?
So the quotation is 13,800. So in my ask, I asked for a not to exceed 15,000 for that very reason.
Okay, and you feel like that's enough, like in speaking with ARC, that enough of a contingency?
Yes, ma'am.
Sounds like they went through it pretty thoroughly.
And they're very unfortunately, they're very familiar with our system
units
at this point.
Okay. All right. And I had my son look over the quote just by chance, his computer and electrical, and he really endorsed Mitsubishi, and it all made sense to him. So I think would be a good update, and I support it.
Any other questions? No other questions? Shall we vote on item number 5? We would like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll move this one. Let's see, get the right one. I move to approve the Norwich Police Department spending request number 1, not to exceed $15,000 from the Public Safety Facility Fund number 47 for the replacement of a failed mini split heat pump system in the police department.
Second?
Second.
Klassen second. Any further discussion? None. Okay, let's vote. Klassen?
Aye.
Layton?
Yes.
Gear is not present. Sweat?
Yes.
And Griggs is a yes. All right, order up those mini splits. Next item. Spending request number 2, public safety building request from Fund 47. Would you like to present?
Sure.
Okay.
So as you may or may not be aware, we have some federal regulations that we fall under in our protection of criminal record information. We have some rules we have to follow, and they are, if you're having trouble sleeping, let me know and I'll email you the file and it'll knock you right out. But one of the things that we undergo every couple of years, I believe it's every 3 years, is we undergo 2 different audits. One is an audit, and they're from the FBI, but the state really does it. The state entity does it. And one of the things that they had identified previously from previous audits for us was a lack of audit trails on our locks. We have those basically residential keypad locks at the police department, but there's really no way to go into them and say, okay, who went into this room? That is so important that one of the things I did shortly after I became chief was lock down our property room where nobody could get in and out of it except me. And that is important for a laundry list of reasons, evidence integrity being chief among them. Right around the first of the fiscal year when we were undergoing this audit again, I approached the town manager and we actually expended operational funds to replace the locks on the police department side of the building with an audit trail capable system. And what this spending request is asking for is to basically complete the rest of the building. The training room that is often used by the public and the fire department side of the structure. It is important that we have some granularity when we're dealing with who's coming in and out of spaces, much more so on the police side than the fire side, but I believe Matt will probably tell you that that's important for their side as well. That, you know, the entire department doesn't use one code anymore. Unfortunately, the locking system that's in there now can only take about 6 or 7 different codes. So anytime we have someone that wants to use the training room, like the Norwich community nurses use it, the fire district uses it from time to time, we have to go in and reprogram those manually to take old codes out, put new codes in. It's a little burdensome. So we asked Gatekeeper Security, that does a lot of lock work for the town. They've done a ton of lock work here in Tracy Hall, to give us an idea. It says, hey, give us, what's your thoughts? And Gatekeeper does their NCIC credential, or VCIs. They have all the credentials they need to work in pretty controlled environments. So they've done a lot of good work for us in the past. They promulgated a system that basically comes up to about $700 a door. And they actually installed the first 4 locks today. And they will give us a variety of access capabilities. But the most important thing from my standpoint is the audit trail. Again, I floated this by the fire chief and the deputy chief for their inputs, like, hey, do you want this for your, yes, please. And they were pretty excited about it. So that's where I'm at.
So how does it, do you have to punch in a number, or do you get cards, or does it read your irises, or how is it identifying people?
It does not have an iris reader. Those were the next tier up. We didn't feel like that was necessary, but you have a couple of options. You can open it with a fingerprint. You can open it with a code. You can open it with a near field communicator off your phone. We can give out tokens. If I'm in the Western Caribbean and all of a sudden someone just absolutely has to get in the building, I can go on my phone and unlock the door for them.
And how do the public access the building when they have a meeting or something like that?
So the same way they do now, the doors will be unlocked. The doors that are routinely unlocked in the morning, that's actually going to be the nice things. We can schedule those to automatically unlock and lock. And we can set some fail safes as well. Oh, the old 9 o'clock at night, or your door's locked or your car's locked kind of thing. We can set those up as automatics in the system. But if we have a meeting that wants to take place, someone books the room, which I would love more people to do that. We just go right in there and give them a code. If they want one themselves, great. Or we can give them a 6-digit code, and they can get right in the door.
Their downside?
I'm sure there's always a downside. But to be honest with you, these aren't locks you get off of Amazon. They're pretty hardened.
Any questions? Seems like a no-brainer to me.
Seems great. Just these automatic locks, like when they close for the night, there's no danger of getting locked in.
No, sir. You always get out.
Good. Okay. Seems like a no-brainer to me.
Maintenance costs?
So that's kind of an interesting issue we're having with our current locks. A lot of our locks, we're having to replace the batteries about every 6 months.
Oh.
These are 2 to 5 years, depending on the use, but they're also solar. So if they have any, there's going to be a few locks that will not be able to take advantage of that, but if they have any connection to the outside, even through Windows, it'll keep themselves charged.
Okay.
And we'll get a little alert that says, hey, it's time to change this one, instead of going, crap.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Do we vote? Oh, I did have one other question. If this system proves to be substantial and great, can it be extended to other, say, the public works environment, or a town hall, or
you will be interested to know that it already exists at Public Works, and it absolutely can be extended to here. I've already been talking to the town manager and at least to the finance department about, maybe tightening up a little bit might be a good thing to think about. Also, I guess this leads into the interesting thing. I can give the fire chief and whomever in the fire department he chooses to authorize the ability to control all of their locks without us. Or we can help them and do it for them. I don't mind. But we can give them authority over their individual locks without them having the ability to touch anything in the secure side. So it's a pretty robust system.
Is there a yearly fee or anything like that? No. Okay, you buy the locks, you own the locks. And who traces names? How is that done? Is that on your computer or is that some?
It's in the cloud somewhere, but I can get on, or I can, we can grant that permission to whomever we feel like we need to.
But we own that information, not somebody else.
Correct.
Great. Okay, anything else? Who'd like to make a motion?
I'm happy to do that.
All right.
Item 6, I move to approve the NPD spending request number 2 in the amount not to exceed $13,500 from the Public Safety Facility Fund number 47 for the replacement and update of 18 locks at the Public Safety Building.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Being none, let's go. Klassen.
Aye.
Layton.
Yes.
Here is not present. Sweat.
Yes.
And Griggs is a yes. Terrific. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now number 3, or item 7.
Item 7. All right, the 2 easy ones are down. Once again, I get to tell you that we are governed by things not under our control sometimes. Law enforcement throughout the state of Vermont is subject to a statewide use of force policy. And in that statewide use of force policy, there's a mandate to equip our officers with a variety of less than lethal options for use of force. I just want to get right out in front of it and tell you that it would make me none the happier. It would be impossible to make me happier if I spent the rest of my career and never had to write another use of force report or review one from one of my officers. Understanding that, we don't always get to set those, we don't always get to make those decisions. We have to respond to things that sometimes we'd rather not, and unfortunately, sometimes uses of force are part of that equation. So if you recall, we added conducted energy weapons, also known as tasers, into our repertoire this year. We're currently in the process of taking delivery and deploying those. Those get us out to about 30 or 35 feet. Other less than lethal devices that we have that are fairly routine, batons, pepper spray, are very close in weapons systems. And what was identified shortly after I arrived 3 years ago was that we don't have that medium distance side of the equation dealt with. So this is, when you think about these things, I know I've answered a couple of questions from citizens already. These are not going to be deployed as crowd control or riot control devices. Even though they are the same systems, that is a whole different ball of wax. While a lot of us have a lot of training and experience in that world, that's not what this is for. This weapon system, I had Sergeant Rogers just make some quick inquiries. Currently being deployed by Thetford, Hartford, State Police, Berry City, Rutland, Burlington, South Burlington, Shelburne, Montpelier, UVM, and Milton. Those were the ones that he knew of immediately off the top of his head. Part of what this does, if you will think about it like this, is it sort of goes into two systems. It takes what we can do with direct use of force through a baton or a strike, and it takes us to 140 feet. So that if we have that person with, let's say, an edged weapon, such as a knife or a machete or a baseball bat or those type of things, we don't have to close in and deal with them up close. We can deal with them a little farther away. The other very intriguing thought process that we have had with this, Hartford has recently deployed very small drones, and they use these systems to break glass to allow those to go in to places to look for people, to assess situations without endangering the officer to have to go in there and do that. Sergeant Rebentish and I spent 3 days up at the UVM Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis last week. And they are doing just incredible drone work. Sometimes you got to have a way to get them in the door, and this is a way to do that. We do have some OC and CS rounds that we've asked for in here. Those are very they take what we already have in our aerosol canisters and they get it down range away from us and applied to the situation for those results. I suspect I asked the lieutenant from Hartford today how many times this has been used in the past 3 to 5 years. It's been at least 3 years, and they have never had to actually hit somebody with one of these. And this follows exactly in what I expected and what I have seen in the past 20 years from tasers. A lot of times, all you have to do is show it, and that is over. And I think that Hartford, I know just, and again, I was on the range with them today, so I had the opportunity to ask. That's what they're seeing down right next door. Sometimes all you got to do is say, hey, this is the next step. Can we go another route? I will say that there's 3 things that keep me as a police chief up at night. And it's the 3 things that raise liability for law enforcement officers and for the towns that employ them and for the supervisors. And those 3 things are failing to equip, failing to train, and failing to supervise. Those are the top 3 things that get law enforcement officers, supervisors, departments, and towns in trouble. So this is one of those things under that failure to equip thing that we're trying to close that door, that liability door. I'll just note, if you saw what happened up in Fairleigh this past weekend at the Natasha Bedingfield concert, I am heartbroken that I did not know she was playing. My daughters would have absolutely destroyed me if they knew she was playing up there and we didn't go. So I'm probably in trouble when I get home. But a person confronted a group of 5 women with a switchblade after that concert. The state police were able to take him into custody through the use of a K9, which again is this middle level that we're trying to accomplish with this system. I think that's about all I have to offer. I'm happy to answer questions. I hope I've sort of pre-answered some of the concerns that may come up.
Questions? Mary Layton.
Yeah, I appreciate your explanation, and I can see the need for, the less lethal devices. I think perhaps a side conversation was about the use of drones. I assume this does not, include the use of drones. And if that comes
Not
up
at
at
all.
the top, okay, and the way I'm picturing it, because you said the drones could break glass and enter a building to search. I assume that would be after a search warrant has been issued by a judge?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So this less lethal system is actually what would be used to break the glass.
Oh, okay.
So this is the way that we can break glass from a distance, from a safe space, to open up. We call it porting a window to where we are able to open that up. And I just thought it was really neat that they have gotten to where they can use that drone instead of putting an officer into that arena. Nothing else changes as far as what we have to do or what we have to have on hand to do that. So we would either have to have a search warrant or one of the clear exemptions to it.
Okay, thank you.
Matt.
So I talked with, actually a little while ago, I talked with the Hartford Police Department about this system, only because I noted it in the back of their cruiser, and we were at a Touch a Truck event at the family place, and they explained the system to me, and I found it to be really interesting, offering them a lot of kind of non-lethal, like a great non-lethal option. And that benefits, often it benefits both the police officers and the people who are, causing the problems. And then I had a good conversation with Sergeant Stewart about it as well. I appreciate that you're choosing. I know that there's another option where you can get rounds like these that fit into a standard shotgun, and that seems like a terrible idea. And I'm glad that you are choosing to use the specific gun that fires only these rounds, and thereby making it much safer, or prevents any sort of confusion. And I do support that there's that you're finding a non-lethal option or less than lethal force option that gives you, the officers, more space to deal with people who might be using knives or machetes or anything like that. Because it's important to note that the police officers in Norwich generally operate on their own with no backup or even partner in the car. So to have these kind of options as they're operating by themselves and might approach someone who is aggressive gives them more protection, and I like that. The one question that I had, it seems like when you said that Hartford hasn't used theirs in 3 years, am I correct that you're implying that they've brought them out, but they just haven't fired them? Is that right?
Correct. They have not fired them on an individual. So they have used it to break a window. They've used it a couple of times that way. But the overwhelming majority of and to be fair, the reporting system that we're in right now is very difficult to track that down. But Tom was able to tell me that it'd been 3 years since they'd had the occasion to actually directly use it on someone. They have used it to open windows and to, a lot of times it's to open the window to be able to talk to somebody, to get their attention and to start those, negotiations. I went to crisis negotiation school like back in 2004, and I'll talk for days if we can talk. Let's do that. But there's sometimes where we don't have that opportunity. And I would much rather, even with someone that's armed either with, some sort of alternative weapon, if we have the opportunity to apply something that's less lethal in that situation, I'd much rather do that than, end up in a deadly force encounter for want of a $2,000 gun.
Yeah, well, I see these as a deterrent even by taking them out. But have you had, so in Norwich, in the past 5 years, have you had situations where if you had these in your, as an option, would you have deployed them?
We've had at least one that I can think. Well, actually, we've had one situation that we went to multiple times where I can think of that we would have absolutely deployed these. Fortunately, we were able to have the state police in Thetford and Hartford back us up, so we were able to get that situation resolved.
Okay, I'm all set.
Thanks, Matt. I noticed you didn't show a photograph of what a launcher looks like.
Apologies.
And I'm just wondering, 40 millimeters is a large gauge.
Yes, it
Which
is.
sounds like it could look a little scary to a regular person. Is this something officers would carry, or would be in a rack in a truck, or would be in a case, or?
It will be stored securely in the vehicle until we need to bring it out.
Oh, yeah.
And quite frankly, it is intended to be a little intimidating.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to park the tank on the front yard to get someone's attention.
Yeah, but in Norwich, it's not
Sure.
people's idea of what Norwich might.
Absolutely.
So I'm trying to.
But these aren't coming out unless and understand under our use of force policy, statewide use of force policy, simply the display of a weapon is a use of force. And it's all reportable, and we have to report it, track it, investigate it. And
Can the launcher be used for lethal rounds?
so you can absolutely use a crescent wrench as a hammer if you choose to do so. The less than lethal rounds, if employed inappropriately, or if the situation justifies it appropriately, can be lethal.
The less lethal ammunition.
Can be lethal.
It's not designed for shotgun shells.
So they do make less than lethal rounds for a shotgun. I have a lot of experience with those, unfortunately. They have a limitation of standoff distance. You have to be 30 to 35 feet away from someone, or you run the risk of that less than lethal round penetrating. Especially if you don't have like denim or a clothing item over it. 40 millimeter rounds is 5 feet. You can close to within 5 feet of someone and it still be less than lethal. That said, if you employ it inappropriately or again appropriately, sometimes there are times where you will employ this as deadly force and be in compliant with policy.
I think maybe you didn't. My question is, once you have this launcher, could you order lethal rounds that fit this launcher? It's not designed for that.
No, not at all. No.
Yeah. I could put birdshot in my 22.
Sure. I was going back to thinking about when I was an MP in the military. Yes, there are all kinds of high explosive rounds and things that the Army has for these, but that's not something we can have.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Thankfully.
Any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
are these, sorry, I'm very naive on this. Are these what they call flashbangs?
No. So flashbangs is technically what's called a noise flash diversionary device. It's a grenade.
Okay.
I believe they make a launchable one, but that's way above where we need to be.
So how do these actually work?
They're gigantic. They look like Nerf round. They look like a Nerf round, to be a Nerf gun that's about that big.
Yeah.
To be honest.
And it's an explosion? Or?
No. So there are a couple of different rounds that we're going to acquire with this. One is a direct impact round, and it's literally like taking a baton and reaching out 120 feet and hitting someone with it. So, you target their lower body, their legs, to an extent, their arms.
Or the window.
Or a window. And then there are what are called ferret rounds. And what those are designed to do is hit a surface like a door or a window, but go no further. So it expends all of its energy in that first contact and then falls. And in this case, it may deploy pepper spray when it does so.
Which will do a radius around the impact point.
So I have to admit, doesn't seem like a slam dunk to me. I understand everything you're saying. My concerns are, look scary, which I think people might have to adapt to. My other concern is training. We have a lot of stuff that people need to be trained for, and now we're adding yet another item to that.
The upside for training is that we have a manufacturer certified trainer on staff with Sergeant Rogers. And I expect we will likely do as we do with our firearms and our other less lethal items. We partner with our surrounding agencies. Today I was on the range with Hartford, and we were working through our annual training down there with them.
Is there any benefit to doing a little, this came up fairly, like just this week, it's the first chance people have had to see it. I'm a little worried that there might be some negative feedback because, how would you feel about moving a little more slowly on this one and having it come up, say, in 2 weeks? Give people time for public comment or
it's entirely your call, obviously. I've only gotten 2 inquiries. I always ask folks to reach out with questions or concerns anytime they see anything we're doing that's coming up like this. And the inquiries that I received on the operational side of this really came down to is this a riot control thing? And that's not how we're proposing to use this at all. There is so much bigger of a footprint that has to happen with that side of the world. That's a state police thing to deal with.
Yeah.
I'm just expressing any concern that I might have. But
the only, and I have no problems if you want to come back in a couple of weeks and see what we get. But I will note that we are 6 months from deployment. If you tell me today, it's going to take that long to acquire and train everyone up.
Meaning, if there was a big uproar, you could pull back. Well, you'd probably dedicate the funds now. I don't know. Does anybody else have concerns? Matt, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I forgot that when I was looking over your purchase order, it looked like you were also ordering smoke grenades. And even though that is a very small line item in the order, it also seemed, I'd like your explanation on that, because I think that some of the pushback that we get from this is that, we're creating this paramilitary-ish organization out of a police department in a small town. And so, smoke grenades.
So smoke grenades are concealment. So we deal in cover and concealment in law enforcement. And the difference between those two things is that cover stops bullets. So when Sergeant Rogers asked to include those, of course, okay, tell me why. And his answer, again, we're pulling from the experience of those around us. And And what they anticipate any utilization like this for comes in two parts. One, if we have someone who's injured, an officer or civilian, someone who is injured that we have to go out and get and bring them to safety. We have a way to give us some concealment while we do that. The second thing that I have used these for probably a dozen times in 25 years is marking landing zones, believe it or not, for medical helicopters, because it gives them an opportunity to see what the smoke is like or what the wind is like at ground level. We don't do that a lot right here because we're, right up the street from Dartmouth, but those are the two reasons that we thought about those. This is a very small portion of any of this. And again, comports with what we have in our neighboring agencies. We really try to sort of dovetail with those around us so that we are, like I wouldn't have brought this less lethal system if we were going to be the only ones in the Upper Valley. The flip side of that actually is the case, and this is sort of another place that I don't really like to be. I never like to be the only person doing something or the only person not doing something. And I'm feeling sort of like we're in the back of the pack on this one, that we need to, we need to come up to what our neighbors are doing.
So specifically Hartford,
Thetford, State Police, our three surrounding agencies. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair.
yes.
So I'm looking at the use of force policy, which is very extensive and very helpful. And I'm looking at, the training. And I guess the kind of the upside I like is the de-escalation, or the really strong potential for de-escalation at a distance. That seems to make a lot of sense. There's the potential for control of wild or domestic animals. You didn't mention, but I guess that's part of the package as well. They're not subject to negotiation or mediation, obviously, so there'll be different parameters applied there.
Since you've brought that up, I will just tell you that I have run a bear off with a beanbag before.
Right.
I'm not suggesting that for anyone's use, but it's much better than, than the alternative.
Yeah, we had a bear in Elm Street 6 weeks ago, so it's contemporaneous. So on the downside, and I think we might have had a late submission from a member of the public who probably, I think, sort of railed at the word lethal in less lethal force. Lethal is the word that stands out to some people, and I can understand that. 40 millimeters sounds big, and the officers that are trained are called grenadiers. This is in the, and this invokes the World War II image of Panzer Grenadiers, which isn't particularly a favorable term. So grenadiers is used in the policy. That's sure.
And, there's so many.
It sounds a little.
There's a lot about our policy.
Heavy-handed, perhaps this is just coming from an uninformed or naive standpoint, but that's most of our residents in a small town. So I'm a little concerned that we might just want to have more time on this, more eyes, more public engagement. I don't know. Is that where you're headed?
I feel like it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I just worry these things are great, maybe necessary, maybe I'm not sure, but you make a very good case for it. I worry about a little bit about blowback. Maybe there won't be any, but on the off chance that there would be, I wouldn't mind giving it a little more sort of time.
I would just note that, anytime to the size of the round, it's a matter of spreading the force over a larger area. So you actually want a little bigger of a cross section, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, I understand.
And there's use of force there's no way to make it pretty.
Yeah.
I can speak with the 25 years of experience that I've clocked. There is no way to make use of force pretty. I will say that, the more often that we can avoid the use of force through a de-escalation, but I will just note that the other person gets a vote. They get to veto our de-escalation, and we have to be in a position where we can appropriately respond to it. Should that be the case, we can certainly offer a pathway to de-escalation. We can't, making them take it doesn't always work.
How do other people feel?
I'm fine with, if you want to invest, kind of think about it more. I would encourage you, if it's okay, I found that my discussion with Stuart and looking at these rounds, I'm a really visual person like yourself, and it just helps kind of frame the topic. So yeah, I'm okay, tabling it and kind of you guys can explore it some more. I think that talking to Stuart was very helpful, and also seeing the different rounds was very interesting.
I'm happy to have him come to the next meeting.
I guess I'm wondering if is there some sort of public way for people to come and ask questions or see or that soften it up a little bit. You know what I mean?
Don't go to YouTube for the love. God. But certainly, and I think the two members of the public that reached out to me directly, I responded. I believe they copied you on them. I responded to them directly this weekend. I've only gotten one response back from that was like, "Oh, thanks for the explanation. I understand better now." So I'm always willing to have those discussions here, or someone wants to come by and chat one-on-one, or call me or email me. I'm easy to find, and I'm happy to explain it, perhaps better than I can in the public forum. I'm also happy to have Stuart come visit with you next meeting if that's something you want to do.
Yeah. My own personal feeling is I'd love to have this on the agenda in 2 weeks. Take possible motion.
Yep.
Discussions are good. It's a really good presentation, very strong. If we can think of a way to sort of allow people to get their heads around it gently, but I don't know. Mary?
Yeah, I agree with, I think it's good to allay the public's fears and to explain more if needed. I just didn't want this to end up drifting into a month from now or 6 weeks from now. But I think maybe if we followed up at the next meeting with more explanation, I think that would be good.
Okay.
So I'll offer this, and I will take the suggestions if anyone has them. It's been a while since we've had a coffee with a cop. Also, why don't we set one of those between now and then, and this will be the topic of conversation.
There you go.
And it's time for us to have one. So.
It's good time because everybody's in Maine. Just kidding.
Oh, my youngest.
I think that's a great idea.
Believe it or not, has a hockey tournament coming up in Maine.
Perfect. There you go.
So my biggest question is when, because we do it midday. We do it in the evening. I'm happy doing it whenever. Someone will give me some guidance on that one. Doesn't have to be right now.
Weekend?
I don't know. I tend to have meetings early in the morning and people show up and then go off to work, but we could have them through the day. But why don't we, I don't think we have to decide that now.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I think it's a great idea. I'm going to suggest we've had discussion. It's been a good discussion, I think very positive.
Mhm.
I don't think anybody is feeling any, there's no bad feelings about this, but.
There's no pitchforks in the parking lot. Of course, we are in a severe thunderstorm, but hey.
Yeah. So I think we say thank you for your presentation.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Table for a couple weeks.
Yeah, we didn't even need a table. We had discussion.
All right.
And
Thank you for 2 out of 3.
we will have it on the agenda on August 26th.
Great. And I'll leave you with a parting note that August the 26th is the first day of school.
Indeed it is.
So.
Oh, yeah.
Both crossing guards appreciate that
Not
reminder.
really for that, but.
Thank you so much.
Sharpening the ticket pencils, so.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim.
And not on the agenda, but will we have a third crossing guard?
I would love to have a third crossing guard. I'm budgeted for a third crossing guard.
Okay, that's the question. Thanks.
I just need a third crossing guard.
Okay. Thanks. Talk.
Anyone that's interested, email me.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to number 8, town manager proposal for directory in Tracy Hall and on website. Got a proposal. And wonder how people feel. Would anyone like to move to accept the proposal or?
I have a question.
Yes, Mary.
I support the proposal. Was there a decision to include or not include a QR code?
I could answer that, I think. Britta, who is younger and more QR code intelligent than I, thought that would be a fairly easy thing to do as far as getting that set up, and kind of convinced me it wouldn't hurt anything to have the ability for somebody to scan that and end up on our website and be able to find out more information if they so chose. So I think right now it was kind of left as to be included, but I think that made sense to me, and I think it should be included.
Okay, thanks. I think it should be included as well.
Yeah,
Great idea.
if I may, Kimo, I'll just kind of talk a little bit about the proposal. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this again came out of much discussion over the past few months. This has been on the agenda a couple times as far as what it was that we were looking to do and how that would benefit somebody who came into Tracy Hall, in the scenario that I think Kimo had mentioned a few times, where they didn't really know where to go or what they were, who they were looking for, maybe. So I think this is a good solution to that. I think it would give somebody a chance to figure out, with the lay of the building, where they needed to go, up the stairs, down the stairs, to the back, wherever that might be. It has everyone's name and title on there, and it had the phone number with extensions and an email address. So I think that accomplished what I believe we were trying to do, which was give people a way to get a hold of somebody. If somehow they were not in their office when they went to Tracy Hall, they'd be able to contact them to set up another time or ask the question they would come to Tracy Hall to ask. And it made sense. Again, this is something we could take out. I thought it made sense to not only include the Tracy Hall offices and personnel, but also the DPW with contact info there and where that was located, the transfer station as well, as far as who the staff would be working at the transfer station, and a phone number and the hours, and then the public safety building with contact info for the police and fire emergency responders. So in the, again, an updated version that we made some changes to and sent out earlier today, I think all of that has been accomplished. And again, this would be something that would go not only hard copy downstairs at the entrance of Tracy Hall, but also on the website. So we'd have a new drop down box where people could find all of this info as well. So that's all I had to say about it. Happy to answer questions.
Okay. Can you tell me what this would look like graphically? Do we have a?
So there are photos or images in the packet. Did you see those? It's basically
Well, I see a frame and I
Yeah.
see our existing sign, but this information presumably wouldn't look just like it's typed up here, or would it?
No, I mean, I think that's the logistics of putting it into the sign. I would imagine this would be, big enough font that people could see it pretty easily. And again, the paper version is fairly easily changeable. If we had somebody who left or came into the employ, we could change names and update that board. And obviously even easier online to make a quick change.
Right, but we don't have an image of what it would actually look like yet.
We haven't created the actual sign yet. No.
Fair enough. If there was a way to include a small map that showed Tracy Hall, Public Works, and Transfer Station, Public Safety Building, might be helpful to just so people coming and say, oh, there it is, I'm here, I need to go there. Or, oh, that's really far away. The Public Works Building, for example. Might be helpful if that fits in. Maybe we already have a map upstairs. Just a comment. But good information. We have a number of you who have Norwich cell phones. Do these phone numbers connect to those cell phones?
They do not. No, those are just the office direct numbers.
So is there a way to make that happen?
Well,
I object to that.
Yeah, I've had some
Sorry.
folks that were not necessarily wanting to have cell phones listed out publicly, like on the website. They would prefer to have those a little more closely held.
No, I'm not saying that. You had told me that you now have a forwarding service. So when people call you here, it forwards it to your phone.
That's not correct, Kimo. I don't remember ever saying that.
Well, when we had that little discussion about how, I don't mean this in a negative way, I called you on a Thursday, you didn't get the message until Tuesday morning because it was on your office message machine. You had said that now you have a way for that to be forwarded.
No, I said I have a way to remotely check the voicemail on my office line.
Okay, so if people come into the building, the only way, and nobody's here, and they leave a message, the only way that people will get that message is if they check their answering machine. Is that correct?
Or their email.
Okay. Okay, so.
Yeah, that was from the.
Okay, so I'm just, we have a number of people that have cell phones that are paid for by Norwich taxpayers, and I'm just wondering if we have access to those or not. It's not a leading question. I'm just asking the question.
Are the cell phones business phones or private phones?
Well, they're paid for by Norwich.
Okay.
So I assume they're business phones, but.
They are.
Okay,
they're used for business. We have department heads who have town issued phones. I think for the directory, we were not going to post those actual cell numbers where someone could get called at any time during the day or night. We were going to have just the office lines.
Right. So my question was, is there a way for when somebody calls the office for the person having a cell phone to know that someone has called them? Sounds like that they're not connected right now.
They are not connected. I don't know that that's possible.
Okay. That answers the question. Thanks. Matt, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I wanted to thank the town manager's office for putting together like a really comprehensive list of, clearly a lot of thought went into this, not just putting up people's sort of names and email addresses and phone numbers, down to the level of actually, telling people how they could find, a the ways to get burn permits online, And so I just want to appreciate what was clearly a lot of thought that went into this, because the result, I think, is going to be really helpful for people when they see this posted. And and I didn't really see anything that I thought was missing. And I love that people can know the names of a lot of the people that work on the town staff. And I think that's also helpful. So yeah, thanks for going through this exercise. I think it's going to be a big jump forward. And the QR code is an excellent idea, because what I see is that someone comes into town hall, looks left, and wants all this stuff easily accessible to them. And by just, scanning the QR code with your phone quickly, then you can leave town hall and you've got it right on your phone, same information. And I think that's an excellent idea. Much better than having to take a photograph of it.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. I will share that with our great staff.
Cool.
So is the proposal to replace the left-hand picture, the current sign,
Yes.
with the new aluminum corkboard?
Yes.
Right.
And there would just be one, or would we put them on
There would just be
different
one.
floors? Okay.
Yeah, but my concern, as things are at the moment, it's really, the one you look at on the left is like really, you get to where you're going very quickly, right? It's very visual.
Mm-hmm.
You can, gymnasium, middle level 1, done. But we've got essentially 5 pages of small font text, which presumably are going to be positioned in that frame, which looks like maybe 3 by 2. I don't know. So I'm just wondering, it's going to be a lot of heavy reading, a lot of characters, a lot of lines. It's going to take people a lot longer to go through the small font, the small text, the small print. And I'm not saying it's not useful, it is, but it's more like a little pamphlet you might have on a table, or a laminated booklet, rather than a posted in a display cabinet type thing. It just seems a lot of material for a display cabinet. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work, but that's just my observation.
I think we just need to see the graphic, and then it'll, whoever designs the graphics will make sense of that, I think.
Or a mock-up even.
Yeah, well, of course.
Can't be that expensive, right, to do a mock-up.
And we'll
Yep.
look at it, and it'll be great.
Yep.
Yeah. Good concerns, though. I think the one thing that I noted was that the message on the bottom about sending an email, probably the wording in there should be the same as on the website right now. So there's consistency there. Where it says to send an email to the select board of inclusion and so on. I think the website currently says emails sent to the select board will be published as correspondence in a select board meeting packet. Just so there's consistency within the website and in the signage. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Minor point. Yeah, great.
So you're on which page, Kim? Sorry?
I'm sorry?
Which page of the packet are you on? 49?
That's 48. Norwich Select Board members.
Oh, 48, sorry.
There's just a message about how to send an email.
Yep.
And I'm just saying that may as well be consistent with what we already have on the website.
Yep.
Great. Okay, would anyone like to move this fabulous solution?
Sure. Where are we? Let me get the wording. Item 8. Town manager proposal for directory in Tracy Hall and on website. I move to approve the proposal, and then it says amended, or we're not amending, right?
We're not amending.
For placing a directory in Tracy Hall and on the town website as advised and illustrated in the packet.
I'll second it.
Okay. Any discussion? No discussion, let's vote. Clausen.
Aye.
Layton.
Yes.
Here is not present. Sweat.
Yeah.
Briggs is a yes. Thank you, Brennan. Nice effort. Very much appreciated. Let's see, I guess next we have updated correspondence policy discussion. So I wrote a memo because following our last meeting, I did a little research, and at the same time, we got a letter from someone pointing out that statute did not require the public to see documents at the same time that we do. And in fact, we don't have to provide documents at all. We don't even have to put together a packet. We do that as a, it's a nice thing to do. It really helps discussion. It shortens meetings. It helps in many ways. I would never suggest we stop doing that. But since it's not a requirement, we have options that we didn't think were available. So I think we can consider them. Personally, I would still prefer to have a folder I could visit and see the documents, because my email fills up quickly, and trying to find out what's going to be in a, trying to sort of assemble the emails that would go into a packet is going to take work on my part to go back and say, oh, that came in, did that come in? Like, if there was just a folder I could go to, I would personally prefer that. So I can go to the folder, see all the things that are going to go into it. I don't know how other people feel, though.
Makes sense to me.
I don't know. Anybody? Matt, Mary, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I actually was okay with the farmer system of just seeing everything in the packet and having the staff accept it and organize it. I understand that I think you want to have a more information before agenda setting, and that might be a great use of having a packet to put the emails. So I see your logic, but I'm actually okay with the way it used to be. So I'll hear what others have to say.
Matt?
I like this new proposed solution. I was glad that Stephen Hepburn sent us that sort of memo pointing out that he also didn't think that everybody needed to see it at the exact, that the public needed to see it at the exact same time, because that got us to the place that we are now. And I think that the solution that's being proposed about CCing us on the original email to the select board address, when the town manager's office replies to the person who sent it, is a fine way to do it. And in one way, it's a clever way to do it, because then if we happen to reply, it kind of prevents us from replying directly to them immediately by accident. So this is I think this is good. If it's not burdening the town staff, I appreciate having these documents as early as possible to kind of think about them. And so I like this suggestion and I would support it.
Can I comment?
Yes, please.
So thank you, Mary and Matt. So as you indicated, we've had a lot of discussion about this topic as well over months of kind of meeting discussion, and we had a half-hour discussion about it when we were talking with Chemo last week about the agenda setting. And this really does seem like the easiest way and the least burdensome way on the town manager staff that is going to be responding to all of these messages. It doesn't require moving things into separate packets. Everybody on the select board will see this. Again, that was, I think, a concern in past select boards that they didn't necessarily want to have every single message coming to their email, but it sounds like at this point that has changed where people are ready to accept that makes some sense. So it would be, I guess, up to the individual select board member to read the email if they chose to, or disregard it if they chose to, as well as saving that into a personal file. Chemo, if you want to make sure you have everything that came in, I think that would be, a little more effort on your part, but a lot less effort on the town manager staff to move it somewhere and then delete it and take it out. It just, to me, this is, you asked for what our town manager staff would propose, and in the memo that was in the packet for all of everyone to see, this solution seemed like the most, the simplest and the best.
Well, I think, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Brendan.
I think to the extent that this alleviates the burden on the town manager's office, I think has our full support, certainly mine. I think that's something that's very reasonable. If anything, the burden should increase on the select board.
Well, okay.
To some extent.
You could make that argument. I don't know why, but go ahead.
But I'm done.
Okay. So it sounds like that's what we will move forward with.
Okay.
We don't have a motion. It sounds like we have a solution that we're going to try and see how it works. Sound good? Matt, you.
I wanted to say one more thing, that we kind of already, I feel like half the things that come into the select board packet, people already write the select board address and then put us on that email as well. So we get half these, in real time anyways. And for Mary, if she likes kind of the current way of doing it, it doesn't prevent her from just reading these over when they actually make it to the packet. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like this kind of makes everybody happy, and this is probably a good idea.
So just, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we didn't have a motion on the agenda for this, and I guess I just want to clarify, are we going to talk about this again and have a motion that we are going to adopt this new process, or is this just kind of a less formal, everyone in this group agrees we'll try this and see how it works? How do we want to do that as far as expectations for when this is employed?
Well, if I remember correctly, we had a motion 3 weeks ago to encourage you to come up with a solution. It sounds like you've come up with a solution.
Well, the motion was, it gets a little confusing here. I think the motion was related to posting all of this stuff onto the website, which we are not doing. So I don't know, maybe that's a motion that should be rescinded, or we should have another crack at this in 2 weeks and say, here's the motion. This is how we're going to do it. We're going to have CC responses to all select board members as messages come in real time, and then everybody's clear about what we're doing and when we're doing it.
Okay, well, we move to accept the proposal for implementation of real-time access to correspondence outlined by the town manager's office. So I don't have that proposal in front of me, but yep. I think
it was the website. It was the website version before we were, I guess, informed that the public didn't need to have real-time access as well.
Okay, well, I suppose if you'd like to review that and you feel we need a motion, we can make a motion at our next meeting. But in the meantime, I think we can just go ahead. Yeah, Matt?
I think that we also need to update our receipt of correspondence policy to kind of reflect this new model. And so that is something that would have to do, we can put that together and do that next meeting.
I agree with Matt. It's what we do at our organizational meeting, is to decide how we're going to do that. So if we're changing it, we should formally amend it, I believe.
Yeah, okay.
Also tackle it looks like we were talking about changing the deadline for inclusion in the packet to make things that are received by noon on Wednesday, valid to be put into the upcoming packet. Do we want to talk about that now? And then we could just kind of like put the neat bow on this next week and be done?
Yes, let's do that.
Mhm.
Is it necessary
Is it necessary to,
to you an agenda formation? Or is it super helpful?
well, my goal is to see what's in the packet before we set the agenda. Just makes sense to me. Everything that's going to be in the agenda, that's going to be talked about, you can see it in advance of setting the agenda. The town manager felt that having an agenda setting meeting on Thursday afternoon would require too much work on the part of the staff. So if the packet is put together after Thursday at noon and we had an agenda setting meeting Thursday afternoon, that felt, I guess, too rushed.
Right.
So his suggestion was that we move the deadline back to Wednesday and retain the Wednesday agenda setting meeting.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, and to be clear, the work is the same. It's just the timing of trying to get something approved by the rest of the select board and then into an agenda and into a packet between Thursday and that was Chemo's suggestion, was we should move our agenda setting meeting to Thursday. I think it makes a whole lot more sense to move the correspondence deadline back to Wednesday, keep the meeting on Wednesday afternoon to set the draft agenda, and that gives board members a chance to look at it, approve the agenda, and then we still have a day of kind of compiling the material for the packet and getting that posted.
Okay, so we will get this back on the agenda in 2 weeks. That sounds good?
Sounds good.
All right.
Yep.
End of that discussion. Sorry, I was trying to go through the packet from 3 weeks ago to find the proposal, but it doesn't matter at this point. Okay, let's move forward. We have the Lister's wage proposal, discussion, possible motion.
There's no packet material here.
There's no packet material at all?
I think in correspondence, Marcia Calloway had submitted some documents that she wanted to be included in the discussion.
She did.
What page is that?
At the very end. So I think other people have done this too. I went back and listened to the, I think, December 17th meeting where this came up before. And I think what I found was that no decision was actually made at that point, aside from the decision to, well, I guess, real estate assessment. We authorized moving funds from reappraisal fund to cover lister wages for reappraisal work. We agreed and made a motion to set the pay rate at grade 15, step E for Ernie and Pam, grade 15, step G for Cheryl. It was said a number of times during that meeting by Chemo and Matt and others that the select board doesn't have any authority to set the pay rate for listers that we're aware of. I asked VLCT. They said we do have the ability to set the pay rate for voters to vote on, but we didn't do that. So we set a budget as we did the year before, but we didn't set the pay rate and grade. We could have done that. Perhaps we should have done that, but we didn't do that. So that leaves it up to the listers to decide themselves what pay rate and grade they have that fits within the budget that was voted on. And whatever they vote as a lister, what do we call it? Not a committee, department. Board of listers, is what they can do as long as they don't go over the budget, apparently. So, Mary, you have something to say.
Yeah, I think the proposal for a increase in listers' wages discussion would be more appropriate in the budget formation season. And I don't think the town manager has the authority to set it. There's no way that he can actually legally do that, I believe. So the fact that it sort of comes up in the summer is kind of odd to me. I think that listers can certainly advocate for what they think is a fair wage, but I think during the budget season would be more appropriate. And when we form the budget, we recommend it to the voters, and then the voters decide whether they think it's fair. But I think to, have this discussion now, when budget formation, I think people are really interested in the budget, probably watching the meetings at that point to see how we're putting everything together. So I think it's not appropriate the way this is framed, that the town manager could approve those wages. So also, I want to say I do appreciate the value that the listers bring to the town, their hard work. It's a technical job with a lot of pressure. So not dismissing the great value they bring to the town, but I don't think this is the right time of year to do this.
I had a couple thoughts if you would like to hear them.
Okay.
So I tend to agree. I think this has been kind of a complicated, and I think there is some legal implications involved here. And I did read what Marcia had put into the packet there and the concerns that she had expressed last November when we had the same discussion. And I think there is some validity there. I think it's important to recognize that the budget that gets voted is a certain finite amount, and that the listers are part-time hourly employees. So it's really hard, I think, for a voter to say, well, I'm going to accept that this amount of money could be spent, with certain hours worked or fewer hours worked for higher wages, or more hours worked for less wages. So I think that is kind of what the question to be posed to the voters should be. I don't think it's just here's a budget. Listers decide, do we pay each other, more money or less money to do the same amount of work. And this is kind of where we got into trouble last year with, ending up in October where the entire budget had been spent because the listers had increased the wage and had less hours to work within that budget. So my suggestion, again, without delving into the weeds of how much is appropriate or what is the correct amount for listers to earn, I think it makes sense to put this on a ballot for the voters and be very specific that the listers are requesting to be paid X amount of dollars per hour that they work, and take the ambiguity out of, what is the pay scale and how many hours are they going to work? They're going to work as many hours as they need to do the job, but then it's very transparent to people what that wage would be. So in the scenario we're in right now, where we've moved from what that wage had been set at grade 15, we're talking about almost a $5 an hour increase in the wages for the listers. It breaks down to, I think, about 15.5% increase in the wages from, June 30th to July 1st, which is pretty significant. And again, it I think has an effect on how many hours can actually be worked throughout the fiscal year by the listers and stay within that budget, which might have some impact as well. So I think we could have done this at the vote we had on Tuesday, where we could have said, earlier this year, the voters would be asked, what is an appropriate wage for Norwich listers to earn on an hourly basis, and then they could have voted on that. Possibly we could do that in November. We have another election coming up here in a couple months where this could be a ballot item where voters could actually vote on the lister's wage, or we could wait until the budget gets developed, have that discussion, as Mary suggests, during the budgeting process, and bring this back to the voters in March for the next fiscal year and say, in any event, I guess my point being, I think it makes sense to actually let the voters transparently see what that wage is and make that decision, because I don't think I can make it as the town manager. I don't know that the listers can make it unilaterally, and I don't believe the select board has the authority to make that that finite decision either. Thanks.
Okay, so we all agree you have no authority over setting their wages. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think legally, I really do not. Like in the motion that was proposed, it was stating the town manager will make this decision, but I don't really want to have that.
No, so we all agree on that. And do we also all agree that the select board may set the wage? That is the law. We may set their wage. It says that in the statute, and VLCT agrees that we may set their wage. And the voters can vote on that wage, but we did not do that.
And we recommend it, just like we recommend the budget, but the voters have the decision.
No, we could have, and perhaps should have, state the wage and the budget. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to do that.
Can you say again?
We may, the language is we may, and this is also in Marcia's papers, we may set the pay rate for the listers to be voted on by the voters. Now, VLCT says if we don't set the rate, we can still approve the rate, but it's really up to the listers to set their rate at that point, as long as they stay within the voted budget. So we did vote a budget. My understanding is the budget was based on the increased wages starting July 1st. Is that correct? Cheryl Lindbergh, Pam Smith, was the budget for FY, what is this, 26-7, based on an increased wage?
Yes.
Okay. So if you submitted a budget that was based on an increased wage, and you're now asking for that wage, everything I have seen and found from VLCT and statute says they are allowed to do that. They have to stay within their budget. If they run out of money, they have to do the rest of the work for free. No question about that. But because we did not specifically set their wage ourselves for the voters to act on, they have the right to set their wage. That's my clear understanding. We don't have that right, and the town manager doesn't have that right. And, I don't have they need to stay within their overall budget. And that's the only statute that applies that I can find anyway. I don't know, other comments?
The VLCT guidance seems fairly clear here.
Yeah, it does. I've read all of Marcia's stuff, and I don't see anything in there that actually disagrees with that. There's a lot of words and a lot of stuff, and I don't mean any disrespect about it at all. I can't find any wording in there that actually says that's not possible.
What action are you proposing?
Well, we know that we can't set the wage. We know the town manager can't set the wage, but what we do know is the town manager answers to us. So we could, we have authority over the the town manager. We could ask that he immediately approve the requested pay raise. We could do that.
I don't feel comfortable with that. I think the voters need to have a say in this. And there's always a
But didn't the-
relationship. There's always a relationship between, if it's a wage, the amount that you're paid and the hours that you put in. You know, so if it's a higher wage and you might, and there's a set number of hours you have to put in, you might, you know, run out of time to do it. So I don't know. I don't feel comfortable doing this outside of a budget process, although I do like Brennan's idea. You know, there is an election coming up in November, just to put a proposal before the voters then. And the listers could do that, I think.
Okay, so the argument that the listers used their increased pay to calculate the budget doesn't hold water with people. If their budget was calculated using the bigger wage figure and the voters voted for that wage, and they know that their increased wages will not go over that budget, I don't understand the issue there.
I don't understand the question.
May I speak?
The current budget was calculated using the wage that they're now requesting, right? So they have the budget that's based on an increased wage. That was voted on, right? So if they're not going to go over that budget, I don't believe we have any authority over how they pay themselves. They're allowed to vote themselves a raise. You know, they're not conventional employees in the sense that other employees of the town are. They have to stay within their budget. That is their only statutory requirement. As far as I can find, others may have found different things in the research, but I can't find anything other than that. It's a very simple thing. They have a budget, they have to stay within that budget. If they don't go over, if they go over that budget, they have to do the work for free. It's slightly different if they're getting a stipend.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think the question you proposed to Cheryl was really, really definitive. I think, and if I got this right, this was the budget, and this is the approved budget, was the approved budget for 26-27 based on a step increase on July 1st, just last month? And Cheryl's answer to that was yes.
Well, it wasn't a step increase. It was a 3-grade jump. Everyone as an employee.
Thanks, Brennan. Yep. So let me rephrase that. Not a step increase, but a 3-point jump in the grade from 15 to 18. So that defines what the budget is, which defines that if they're within budget, then it's permissible. Am I missing something?
I don't know.
Unless the budget wasn't set properly, but I'm assuming it was.
Could the listers speak?
Yes, please, Cheryl.
Thank you. Thank you. So the listers left the select board last December with a lot of conversation about the process and the setting of our rates. It was a good conversation, but it didn't come to a point where anything was voted by the select board other than to support the wage line item that we had proposed in our Lister budget, with the understanding from all of that discussion that we would not exceed the wage line item in the next fiscal year, which we now are in. When we got to the fiscal year that started July 1st, we submitted an increase to the finance office, which is what typically occurs for any employee or whatever to request a change. And we submitted that with our typical timesheets, and only 2 pay periods later did we realize that that hadn't been honored. And we didn't have any feedback, we didn't have any knowledge of that not being processed. But it was told to us that the town manager denied the request. And with that, never corresponded back to the listers to say something to us, nor to the select board, to my knowledge, although maybe the select board is aware that this was requested, but it didn't come to a meeting prior to us asking for this to be discussed now. It seems important to understand how other towns do this. So one of the steps I took was to reach out on our Lister listserv to ask other towns not what rate of pay they make, but how their rate is set. And most responded as elected officials that the select board sets the rate, and it varied with the responses. Some saying they work with the select board at budget time to an increased rate, and that they also get, like we do, a wage line item approved, and that is then used by the listers to come up with a rate to pay themselves. So with that information, I share that it seems like the select board is involved in helping to set the pay rate of the listers in many towns. I didn't hear back from 249 towns in Vermont. Some don't have elected listers any longer, but for those that do, it's a result of a collaborative effort with the select board. We look around in our town at the department heads. They're all at grade 21 is my understanding. All department heads for the work for our town are at grade 21. The listers are at grade 15. We are a department regardless of opinion. We do provide a significant product for this town and the select board in particular to use for setting the tax rate and collecting taxes. So going up to a grade 18 was the goal, which is what the only other elected official grade step or pace grade is, for our town. So that is the evolution of having the discussion tonight from our side of it, and wanting to come to a point where, Mary, I don't understand your words, because we did discuss an increase in our wage line item last budget, which would translate to an increase in our pay rate. That was what we understood taking away from that process, and that is what went to the voters. Not the rate, but a set wage line item. So that's why I'm confused by your comment, and this seems like the appropriate time for the listers to receive an increase, because most do in other departments and around the town at a certain point with their anniversaries or a good review, and this was where we had budgeted for an increase. I would remind you all that listers do not receive any benefits. We are strictly an hourly rate. We don't get holidays, we don't get vacation time, and nor do we expect that at this point. So typically in an organization where someone is part-time, there's a different rate paid to accommodate the not having benefits portion to a job. So I don't feel like our request is out of line, and it would be great for the select board to support us as we move into this fiscal year, as we requested in the budget.
Matt, you had your hand up for a long time. Were you raising your hand or?
I missed part of this because my Zoom glitched and everybody froze for a while. I'm sorry. And my hand probably got stuck up. I'm seeing both sides here. And the main thing, and I think Cheryl finally clarified it, but some people have been using the word budget interchangeably with the wage line item. And I think it's very important that we clarify here that the wage line item is in my mind, the limit at which they cannot get paid, in the course of the fiscal year, above. And we stepped in last year to kind of cure that in ways that I think that we had the authority to do. But I would say that I would not feel it's appropriate for us to do it going forward. And for other, we just shouldn't do that again. I would like to hear, I think that this is a somewhat complicated discussion. And I'd like to hear what Rob has to say before we really, as a board, move forward on this and take any sort of votes that are conclusive. And I think that the next budget cycle, it would make me feel more comfortable that the taxpayers vote on both the hourly rate and the full wage line item, because that ultimately it's up to the taxpayers to approve. I think both things. I do see that. I think that the select board has the authority to approve the wage, the hourly wage, but I want to be more confident in that statement. Oh, shoot. And I'm sorry. I hope you can still hear me. One of my earbuds just dropped.
We can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Matt. I think I'm struggling a little bit here with the terms, and I can't see the math. I'm getting hourly rate, I'm getting budget, I'm getting line item.
May I address that, Mr. Chair?
Well, would that be all right?
Well, just let me finish for a minute. So I'm really, and of course I wasn't part of the deliberations because it was the previous select board. So what I don't see in Marsha's correspondence is the dollar amount for the grade 15. I see grade 18 step H for Harry, 3586. I see grade 18 step F. I can't distinguish between what step F and step H is. I have no figure for grade 18 step anything. And I don't have a line item amount, and I don't have a budget amount. So I'm really at sea here.
I might be able to help with that too.
Hang on, Brian, just let me finish for a minute.
I think Pam can connect those dots, being in the room.
But when we had the finance director, Jonathan, present all the information for the tax rate, it was way clearer than this. So that was very easy to navigate. But this I'm really struggling with. And Pam, if you can straighten me out, please do.
I read the correspondence from Marcia Calloway. First of all, Pam Smith Lister. I read the correspondence from Marcia, and what I noticed was missing was any of the numbers for the FY27 budget.
Yeah.
We budgeted $58,200 for the Lister office wages. And I proposed that number to the other listers, and it was based on a calculation of 1,650 hours at an average rate of $35.25, which was taking the grade 18 step F and grade 18 step H and averaging them out, and I came up with something akin to $35.25. So we were thinking each lister would put in about 550 hours a year. And so 3 times 550 is 1650 at $35.25. I'm up to something close to 58.2. I think we rounded it a little bit rather than put in some odd number.
Thank you.
So that was our understanding, was that this is what we were proposing to the board. This was approved by the board to put in the total number that was presented to the voters last March, and the voters approved the town budget. Therefore, we were under the impression that there would be no issue with us moving to grade 18 as of July 1st, when the new fiscal year started. We felt like we did everything that we were asked to do. And now we're confused as to why that's not happening, and also confused about why the town manager stepped in and interrupted the process without any explanation to us.
So here it says in Marsha's, it says listers, Ernie and Pam will move to grade 18 step F, presumably from 15, is that right?
Correct.
Right. The vote was unanimous. And
Yes.
what's the timing of that move to grade 18
July 1st
of this year?
of this year, which is the first day of the fiscal year.
So the vote was unanimous. This is the select board voting? No, sorry.
It's
This is the town meeting.
No, it's
Vote by the
The
public.
listers voting.
the listers
listers
voted
voted.
that.
For themselves.
The listers voted to change our pay rate.
Right. And who adjudicates that vote? Who acts upon it? Is that why we are where we
We
are?
thought it was already adjudicated when we presented our budget last December, and it was approved by the select board and then later approved by the voters in March. So that's why we're confused as to why this is even an issue at this point.
So that squares with my research and memory was,
Yep.
we moved your pay rate back.
And we agreed to that because we had some unusual circumstances due to the reappraisal.
Oh, I know, no complaints there. But that's what we agreed to do as a compromise, with the understanding that you would move up to the rate that you had voted for in the next year, and that's how you would calculate the budget, which is what you did.
Yes.
I think I have no problem with the increase in wage because I don't have any authority over it. I don't believe that town manager has any authority over it. As an elected official, I believe it's your job to work with the elected officials to do what they have voted to do. I don't see that
Can
we
I
have an
respond?
authority.
I'd love to get my comment in here if I may.
Sure.
Is this a good
Okay.
time? Okay. So I want to be very clear, because I've heard now twice that the town manager has somehow intervened to change what the listers had voted to do. And I am following the motion that was made on December 17th, which passed 4-1. And the last part of that says, I also set the pay rate for the listers at grade 15 step E for Pam and Ernie, grade 15 step G for Cheryl based on the fiscal year 26 scale going forward from November 8th, 2025. I see nothing there that says, but on July 1st of 2026, the listers will be allowed to go to grade 18 and whatever step would correspond with Cheryl, Ernie, and Pam. So that's where I am. Okay, this was fairly quickly handled, I think. I requested that this be a topic on this meeting's agenda because I don't want there to be any ambiguity, and I certainly don't want my finance director caught in the middle of, listers demanding certain wages that I don't think have been formally approved by anyone other than the listers. Brendan, to answer your question, you were trying to figure out what the differences are between the rates there. So in the current pay scale, 15F, which is where Pam and Ernie are currently placing themselves, was $29.72 before July 1st, or as of July 1st. And 18F, which is where they had voted to move themselves, is $34.47. So that's $4.75 more, 15.21% increase. Cheryl had been at 15H, and that was $30.93, and has now voted to move to 18H, which is 35.86. So that's $4.93 more per hour, 15.94% increase. So that's a pretty significant increase for anyone to see on an annual step increase is 2%, which was, I think, what was voted by the listers in some of their meeting minutes prior. For what it's worth, the average, according to the 2025 VLCT wage chart, the average lister's wage throughout Vermont is $20.13. So again, I'm not saying that our listers are not worth more than that or well more than that, but that just as a context is where the average rate of pay for elected listers is, throughout the state of Vermont on average.
Yeah.
So again, I guess I am in a position here where I'm not able to make a decision here. If the select board wants to move forward with this and direct me to pay the listers the wage that they have voted themselves, I will certainly do that. But I have a lot of concerns, and especially related to the information provided by Marcia Callaway, which seems to be based on statute and case law, that the voters are actually the ones that need to vote this wage. They vote a budget. They have no idea what that wage is associated with the budget. And just for transparency, I think that is pretty important. And I can imagine in our budgeting, or I can recall in our budgeting process last year, the other elected official, our town clerk, who is a salaried employee, felt that she deserved an additional increase in step because of the training and work she had put in over her first 3 years. And the select board was able to hear that request and then approve an actual step increase more than the annual step that she would have gotten. And I like that. That was very transparent. Everyone saw what was happening there. The voters were able to see that meeting occur. And I wish something similar like that had happened in this case before we got to June 30th.
Okay, so.
Okay, I just have a question could you specify where in Marcia's document that you find support for voters having to vote on the pay raise?
Yeah, she had an old case law there. I believe it's called Barnard versus someone, and that Barnes. Sorry. So
Yeah.
that would be the case law that I would say supports that idea that the listers themselves cannot set their own rate. It has to be set by the voters. It doesn't say budget. I believe it says rate.
So I would like to state to the select board that, again, we came to the board with a proposed wage line item that we will not exceed. And no, it was not intended to avoid setting the rate with the select board. It just didn't come to that moment at the meeting to do that. And so with that, the budget could have stated that we planned to move to that grade and rate, but it still would have calculated out to the amount that's on the wage line item. That would have been exactly the same. So it's not, we're being as transparent as we were requested to be. And it has been an evolution to go from a stipend lister to, and with a hired assessor, to the listers working with a reappraisal firm and going through an evolution to get to the point we are at, which is working as a board of listers without an assessor and continuing to do the work that needs to be done to lodge the grand list.
Yeah, okay. I don't think we need to relive it. You do good work. Everybody agrees you should be paid well. I need to focus on this one issue. The town manager brought up the barns in page 122. I've read through this carefully. I can't find what you're telling me is in there. I would maybe somebody interprets this differently, but number 3 on page 122 of our packet says, given barns, should future lister wages, this is a question from Marcia, should future lister wages be a separate warrant article, or would it suffice to include the lister wages within the overall proposed town budget warrant article? Which is what we did. The overall town budget was approved. This is a practical question, they answer, and I believe towns do it both ways. Of course, there's a separate article on the compensation for any elected official. It will be more transparent to the voters because they won't have to sift through the budget to understand what the lister is paid. But it is also acceptable to include the wage as part of the department compensation in the budget, which is what we did. And it might provide more protection to the wage request because voters will consider it only as portion of the overall budget. So that is what we did. We have an overall budget. The budget was figured with the higher wage. Why are we arguing with that higher wage now, since we know that it will fit within the budget? That is what they planned on. I think based on our December 17th conversation, that's what I would have assumed they were doing. We told them to hold off. No, don't go to grade 18 yet. Stay with grade 15 for now, and when the new budget comes out, then you can go up. In my very clear understanding from listening to it and my memory, why the town manager and the select board have no authority over the listers. So the only motion I can make from the select board is to request the town manager approve the most recent lister's wage. It's the only power that we actually hold at this point. We could have set those wages specifically at a public meeting, but we didn't. We gave up our, not our right, but we gave that up. We set a budget. The budget included the higher wages. Why aren't we just agreeing to pay the higher wages? I don't get it. It's not complicated. It's a very simple mechanism. If we don't think that the listers deserve a higher wage, that's a whole different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
So
I think it's fair to say what we relinquished at the time puts us on the hook now to make this decision. This budget for July 01, July 1st increase.
yeah. Okay.
We could have done it differently. Sorry, you could have done it differently. I wasn't here at the time. You did not.
No, we didn't. We perhaps should have.
Now, that's another argument. But yes, we are where we are.
Matt has his hand up.
Matt, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. I agree with Brennan that the probably the correct way to handle this is to have the select board handle it in the same way that we did for Lily and the town clerk's office when she requested, a bump, and based on her, greater experience and certifications. And but I would like to. I think that is, and I do think it's within our authority to do that, and it's the clean way to do it. And I would like to have Rob watch this video and then kind of also be part of that vote next time we meet. I understand it might not be convenient to bump it off for 2 weeks, but I also, I think that that's probably the better way to do it.
Why is that, Matt? Why can't it be done tonight?
Because what you're asking the select board as a whole to approve your increase in wages. That's a fairly significant, increase over sort of just a a single step or a standard jump. And so if we're asking the select board to do that, I would rather have the whole select board be part of that approval. Or not. I mean, he might not approve of it, but at least then, like, everybody weighs in. And I also do believe that as a board, we benefit from listening to all 5 of our members. I've certainly heard different points of view tonight that have helped to inform my opinions. And so I would also like to hear what Rob has to say before we kind of delineate, to make a final decision on this.
May I speak?
Pam,
Thank you. We're not asking the select board to approve our pay rate. We're asking the select board to clarify the role that the town manager has in disrupting what we understood was the process that we came to this board last December. On December 10th, we made our budget presentation. We were clear that we were going to reduce the amount of dollars spent on contracted services and move that money into the lister's pay wage item. And we feel like we've done everything that the board asked us to do at that meeting and at the subsequent meeting on December 17. And yet, for some reason, the town manager felt that he had a role in this process when the listers are elected officials and we don't answer to the town manager. We don't answer to the select board. We answer to the voters. And we put a budget before the voters approved it. And so the ask tonight is for the select board to just clarify the role of the listers, the select board, and the town manager in this process. And if the town manager has no role, which has been stated many times that he does not, then why are we being prevented from getting this budgeted increase that we presented to the board, 9-10 months ago? And it was approved by the board, it was approved by the voters. Let's just get it done.
Seems clear to me.
it seems clear to me too, but apparently not to others.
Mary, what are your thoughts?
I find it
Mary?
I find it very confusing. And I'm not ready to make a decision tonight.
Huh.
I mean, the idea of, well, the wage is a certain grade 15 until a certain date, and then it suddenly bumps up. I don't get it. I didn't think we had voted that wage in the first place because, as Matt said, it's such a huge increase. It may be warranted, although, we should go over it again if it's controversial. The town manager is saying that the rate in Vermont is closer to $20 an hour. And we're talking that maybe it should be significantly more in Norwich, and maybe that's deserved. But the whole process is clear as mud to me. And I am not ready to take any action tonight. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Mary, thanks.
Well,
thanks for that, Mary. I think.
Yeah, I wish I could have more clarity on it, but I really don't.
Okay.
One thing I would like to remind everybody here, particularly our guests, listers and town manager, this really is a select board forum, and the primary and predominant role of this forum is for the select board members to deliberate. Unfortunately, Rob can't be here tonight, which is a shame. I think it would be great if he could be here. I'm very sympathetic to Matt's request that we perhaps defer a decision on this until we can get Rob. However, all the material I have before me, particularly I'm referring to Marsha's contributions that are contained in the correspondence, really are referring to specifically grade 15 figures, which Brennan has advised us range from $29.72 up to grade 18, and this is the F step, $34.47. So a lot of the deliberations and certainly Marsha's contributions are all set around a minimum dollar figure of $29.72. So for the town manager to interject with a figure plucked out of the air and saying the average wage for listers in the state of Vermont is $20 an hour is, I just don't think, relevant to the material that I have in front of me. Because I'm being asked to look at $29.72, $34.47, $35.86. And to be suggested that we now need to think, and the inference is, well, the listers are being paid so much more over the odds, which is only $20, is really irrelevant based on the material I have in front of me.
Okay.
I yield my time.
Mayor, if the bump up didn't come at an odd time, it came at the beginning of the fiscal year.
Right.
That's when the request was made. So it wasn't an odd time. It's not an odd time to be discussing it because we've only realized now that this needs to be discussed again. But this is exactly the time of year that it would come up because it's the beginning of the fiscal year.
Right.
Chris Clement, you have your hand up.
Got to open things up. Hi, Chemo. Chris Clement.
Hi.
So my 2 cents is I would be very cautious about looking at the VLCT compensation report. We have made numerous times, especially when the select board decided to compensate our town manager well substantially above the compensation report levels. So it's a tit for tat. And since the VLCT compensation report was put out last year, there are new certification requirements. So I would suspect that what the state is now requiring of listers, that I believe that they'll see a bump in that compensation report in the next year or two. I think Cheryl and Pam can talk to other listers because they are now being required to do a lot more and through the certification process. But I would suggest that you guys not go through because I believe the VLCT compensation report says the average town manager gets about $115,000 a year. And I think our town manager is around 160 right now. So it's not the kind of battle to start getting into. I just don't think we should bring that up. I think if we're going to do it, look at the town of Norwich as a relative compensate. If you want to look at how much all employees are paid relative to the VLCT compensation report, that would be a fair thing to do. But again, I think you guys should wait if you're going to use that as a barometer to see how the new certification process for the listers will pan out in the next year or two. But again, I also want to emphasize that I'm kind of insulted that you guys passed a budget last year and now you're saying you're confused about it. I'm not quite sure what's confusing about it. Mary just said you're confused. You passed a budget and you're not honoring it. So I'm confused how you can be confused.
Okay, thank you.
That's
Cheryl? Thank you. Cheryl?
Yes, I myself, before Chris spoke, was going to address the idea of this compensation and benefits document. There are many different scenarios throughout the towns. You cannot look at something comparably. Numbers that were put in for the town of Norwich last year were inaccurate. The information cannot be totally relied upon. And the number of hours listers work per week, per year varies so much. So somebody getting paid $20 an hour might be working 5 days a week, every week. And we don't do that. And I also want to mention that, you know, the rec program will pay an instructor $30 an hour. And
Okay, we're getting outside. I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you. What we're talking about here is simply a mechanism. You've applied for a raise. The raise has not been recognized. We don't know how to get that raise made, given that both the town manager and the select board seem to not have authority over other elected officials. We are on the same plane as you. I don't agree with Matt that we can set your wage unless it's prior to a town meeting and we can have people vote on it. Otherwise, we don't have that right. We didn't have that right last year. We just came up with an agreement to get everybody compromised. But VLCT and statute don't say that we have the right to set listers' wages anywhere that I can find outside of the annual meeting. They can set them themselves. They set a budget. They're staying within the budget. As long as they stay within the budget, they get to set their wages. It's clear from everybody that I've asked. So,
and again, I ask, is this July 1st increase covered by the budget?
Yes. That's how the budget was decided, was based on the new requested rates. Matt, you have your hand up.
So I just wanted to, this is what we did for Lily though. And is that a different, there was no sort of pushback or opposition to the select board. She came to us with a very clear request. You know, we listened to what she had to say, and then we voted on it to increase her hourly rate. And there was no real pushback to our authority there. And so I don't understand the difference between the two things. I hear what you're saying, Chemo, and I do follow your logic, but I do. It seems like this is what we've done for the other elected official in town is for the select board to approve their pay rate when the question comes up. So I'd like, and maybe that was wrong, but it seems like there's an odd dynamic between this, and I'd like to understand it better. I thought that Lily was actually a good model. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Yes, Pam.
So I was on the board when Lily was voted in as the new town manager, or new town clerk, excuse me. And the board had to decide how they were going to compensate a new town clerk. My recommendation as a board member at that time was to set the town clerk at grade 21 like the other department heads. I got pushback from other board members, so she was left at grade 18, which is where the town clerk had traditionally been. And we set the rate for the town clerk at the same pay as a grade 21A. We found that same pay on the grade 18 scale. I think it was 18M, if I remember right. What happened at the last meeting for the budget setting was the town clerk came to the board and said, I have included in my request a two-step increase because I will be a Vermont certified clerk when the new budget year arrives. And so I am asking the board to approve this salary increase in my budget. And the board voted for her budget. They didn't vote for her salary increase. They voted for her overall budget. And that is what they did also for the listers. And we were very clear that we were putting in $58,200 as a lister office wages at 1,650 hours at $35.25 average pay rate between the experience of Ernie and myself versus the experience of Cheryl, who had been a lister for many more years. So the board has approved our budget. The voters have approved the overall town budget. I don't understand why I don't even know what the solution is at this point. It's so confusing, other than the listers have the authority to set their wage within the budget that we presented, and we did that. We voted it. We put it on our payroll change forms, and it was rejected by the town manager. And we did not go to 15F. I'm still at 15E with a COLA increase. I did not get a step increase.
Right.
Nor did Ernie, nor did Cheryl.
So thank you, Pam. This is very helpful. So my read on this is the apparent fuzziness of this whole thing. The thing that I'm struggling with. It's a feature, not a bug. And the feature is that the listers and the clerk and the select board are elected officials. So you don't micromanage their pay rate, their hourly rate, and all the rest of it. You give them a budget and you trust them to keep to it. And that's their prerogative as elected officials, to stay within their budget. What the hell they do with the money? None of our business. I went to Lily and said, look, here's my travel and expense report. And she kind of railed a little bit. She says, oh, what's all this about? Blah, blah, blah. I keep a budget. And if I stay within the budget, that's fine. And she is 100% correct. And I think the same criterion applies here. If you stick within the budget, we don't micromanage your finances.
Thank you.
That is how I see it. It's pretty clear to me.
That's how I see it. Thank you.
And that's the prerogative of an elected official. They have autonomy. As indeed do we. I think our stipend is set by the voters. But that's another issue.
Yeah, we can set the rate if it's not voted on.
But in this case, it was voted
It was
on.
voted on. That's my understanding.
And the budget was approved. And it's their prerogative to keep within their budget.
Well,
End of story.
I believe that's the case, but
So what's the solution? Do we need a motion by the board to honor the lister's budget? I mean, what do we need? How do we?
We asked the select board to agree or disagree that, yes, the listers are staying within the constraints of their budget. Let's look at the numbers, and are you within those constraints? I'm assuming the answer is yes. Baked into the budget is this July 1st increase.
yeah,
Yes.
it would have helped to have the numbers in front of us, no question about that. Just so we can say, oh, yeah, this is obvious.
Now, if we can retroactively enact on this back to July 1st, I'm happy to wait until Rob can join us
Okay.
and we thrash through the numbers. And I think it's not that I was thinking a few minutes ago, oh, what could the select board have done better? Wind the clock back 9 months. Could we have put more granularity? I think the answer is no.
Well, we could have approved it at the public meeting.
Potentially. But the fact is the budget has been approved.
Yeah.
That's where we are.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we put this in the agenda 2 weeks from now because I think that's what we can agree on.
It's a great idea.
And I will send you the draft budget that we submitted, which has some detail on how we came up with those numbers. So that you
I
can
have
have
a
that in
quick
the
comment
packet.
before we move on, if I may.
Okay.
I think we're done with this. I think we've agreed to table this for the next meeting, and this is a select board meeting. We've had a lot of input, and I think we're reached the point of diminishing returns.
Okay, comment noted. I'm running the meeting. I'm going to take a comment. Yes, Brendan.
Thank you, Timo. I appreciate your candor there. So I just wanted to comment to Pam. She had stated about the vote that was taken to increase the lister's wage by the listers. So I'm looking at the minutes here. That was done on July 30th. That was not done before July 1st when these changes were coming through as far as new wages to be added onto the onto the lister's payroll. Is that correct?
That is correct, and there's no way you could have known that that action had not been taken when you decided to stop the finance office from honoring our payroll change forms.
Okay, well, I don't think a vote was taken by the listers, or I would have known about that, and we could have had that discussion. But I think I don't want to turn this into a contentious ending to this discussion. I think it's been a useful discussion. So I just wanted to make it clear that this vote did not happen until a month after the request had been made of the finance office.
Right, and I propose that we take that vote in light of the fact that our request was not honored. So we took a vote to backdate that to July 1st.
It may also be worth noting that same vote was taken last year. But it wasn't allowed to be acted on. So that's an old vote, and it was updated. Chris, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, Kiva, I just want to make one comment. And this is, again, just bear with me on this. This whole lister contention has been going on now for several years. And I hope at one point a couple of months ago, when you're talking about town manager goals, you said, let's not make this vindictive, or whatever, personal, it's the town manager position, right? And then people's hairs get up, blah, blah, blah. It's the same thing I see going on here. And I would really like to see the contention dissipate very quickly. But let me remind you that we just came off the heels of a very expensive open meeting law violation based on some pretty contentious accusations from a town manager to these two. And it just keeps going and going and going. And now you're affecting his behavior, is affecting their wages. It's affecting the behavior. And I just find it, obviously, I think anybody who would watch this meeting would find it, or any meeting about this is pretty pathetic. So I would hope that you encourage, as the chair, that going forward, when you guys discuss this, that you're thinking about the positions as the listers and not the people involved, because the contention, and we all know it's the white elephant in the room, grow up. So.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, thanks for your comments. Okay, can we agree that we will move this to reconsider this on August 26th? In the meantime, we'll do research, and Chris, your hand is still up. Thank you all for your comments and input, and we're all getting educated. Thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to number 11, Treasurer's investment request. It seems fairly straightforward, although I'd like to ask the treasurer, can you tell us where $3 million is sitting, ready to be invested?
Yes. So in your review of the town financials, the balance sheet, you would see a cash balance of around $7 million. And that is pretty much supporting capital improvement plan. So those monies that are getting set aside for various capital plans. So that money, I would like to see get some of that invested, as I am told there aren't any imminent needs, and we're only looking to invest half of those dollars, roughly. So the goal is to get some additional interest income in, and that helps those reserve funds to grow even more. The one thing I would like to mention, and of course, whenever I have an investment to propose, I need select board approval. That is part and parcel to the statutes. I would like to add right now, before I forget, that the 6-month rate has increased now slightly, not a lot, but slightly, so that my suggestion for the $3 million would be for a 6-month term at 3.50 APY, which will bring in a little bit more.
Okay. Any questions? Would anyone like to move this? Number 11.
Indeed, I shall. Thank you, Cheryl. I move to accept the town treasurer's recommendation that the town invest $3 million in a 6-month certificate of deposit at a rate of 3.45%.
No, 3.5.
Oh, it says 3.45.
She just changed it.
Oh, she changed it? Sorry.
Recommends the higher rate.
It's a higher
3.5.
AP, it's a higher APY and a higher rate, so it'll be 3.44% for the rate. But since we leave the interest in, the annual percentage yield will be greater. So we're earning interest on interest. So
Yep.
the APY will be like 3.5.
3.5.
APR versus APY, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Yes.
3.5.
Correct.
3.5.
Thank
All
you.
right, Klassen, second.
I'll second.
Okay, Layton, any discussion? No discussion. Let's vote. Klassen,
Aye.
Layton,
Yes.
Gears not present, Sweat,
Yes.
and Griggs is a yes. Terrific.
Thank you.
Number 12. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Number 12, updated Sullivan Powers Company engagement letter to include single audit. Anyone like to move this? I read it, looked fine to me now.
I'm good.
Is there anyone who has questions about it?
No.
No? Okay. Would anyone like to move?
I'll move it. I move to accept the updated Sullivan Powers and Company PC engagement letter to include single audit dated July 28th, 2026 and received August 3rd, 2026.
Second?
Second?
All right, Klassen.
Could I?
Let's.
Sorry, I muted.
Do you have a comment?
Just on the motion, I think we're asking to not just receive it, but to execute the agreement again.
Okay, let's see.
It's in the packet. We need
Okay.
to get signatures again.
Okay.
How should we
So move-
rephrase this? Let's see.
Or
Received the letter,
So,
accepted it.
would you like to make a separate motion or
Well,
rescind
maybe I'll
your?
withdraw the first one, since that didn't seem to work.
You withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay.
Yeah, let's see, what would make sense here?
how about I move that the select board execute the updated Sullivan Powers?
Accept and execute?
Accept and execute the letter? Is that how it's supposed to make sense?
Sure.
All right.
Yep.
I move to accept and execute the agreement and the updated Sullivan Powers and Company PC engagement letter to include a single audit dated July 28th, 2026 and received August 3rd, 2026.
Klassen, you want a second?
I'm seconding it, yes.
All right. Let's vote. Klassen?
Aye.
Layton?
Yes.
You're not here. Sweat?
Yes.
Griggs is a yes. Okay, terrific. Tracy Hall Elevator Modernization. I wanted to discuss this a little bit and ask Brennan. Brennan, is this the only, was there an RFP put out?
No. So we are in a kind of unique situation here where the elevator itself is serviced solely by Otis Elevator Company, as I understand it. So they are kind of the sole source in this case as far as providing the modernization. It's kind of like we can't switch cars here. If it's a Toyota, we can't take it to a Chevy or without buying a new Chevy. If that makes sense as an analogy.
Well, maybe, but where are you getting that understanding?
I did research on this last fall when we started talking about it and came to the conclusion that this was the only service provider that could do the modernization work that we were looking to do.
And the research included?
I think we talked to at least two elevator companies. I don't remember, Kimo, honestly. It was about 12 months ago. But
Yeah.
my recollection was that we had come to the conclusion that Otis was, in this case, a sole source for our elevator in its current condition.
Okay. I'm really uncomfortable spending that amount of money personally without seeing some other evidence that we've asked other elevator service companies or control companies. How often is the elevator out of service?
Well, I guess it comes in, it's a little sporadic. It was out of service last year. I don't have the exact dates, but we had the control panel that went down and it was out of service, I think, for several weeks, maybe even longer than that. So that's kind of what prompted the concern here, that this has a control panel that's no longer manufactured, that parts are not available for. So if it does go down, we have a serious problem with accessibility.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, so Brennan, you said one of the control panels was repaired or replaced?
I think it's just one. I think there's only one control panel in the elevator.
So is it fair that, your average regional contractor might be able to do basic stuff, but then maybe a software or a specially proprietary circuit panel needs the original provider? Is that fair?
I don't know, Brendan. That seems like a strange question. I'm sure there's someone out there that could maybe fix a control panel, but I know that when we had the problem, we were down for, as I said, several weeks to a month with no elevator because the control panel was down. So what's being
No, my
proposed?
question.
Okay.
My question was, does a regional contractor, can they do basic maintenance that's not specially bespoke circuit panels? Like, I don't know, manufacturer A, could they come and fix an Otis if it was just basic stuff? Cables?
I don't think so. I think it's a very specialized component that has to have the specialized parts that came with the original.
I'm like Kimo. This is a big ticket item. I think we need to probe this a bit more.
Well, I have a couple of other things. One is that we're in the middle of the Tracy Hall working group, and we're looking at different options for what might be reconfigurations of the building, and some of them move the elevator. So I'm a little worried that we sink a lot of money into an elevator that will then be dismantled, or we sink a lot of money into an elevator and discover that all of our other decisions are based on having spent a lot of money on that elevator. So the working group should be wrapping up in the next month or so, and I'd be inclined to wait to see what that direction might show, unless there's an emergency condition. It sounds to me like we have a working elevator. Every time I come in and try it, it seems to work fine. It is getting older, and I don't question that at some point we should probably service it. I'm just not sure that right now is the time to do it. I suppose I'd really like to see evidence that we've asked other people to come in and assess. It's a fun, the elevator business is a funny business, and I'd like to see a little more evidence from, independent contractors in addition to Otis. Personally, I know it's more work, but
Well, this,
it's an expensive project.
so Mr. Chair, there's several here online. There's Stanley Elevator, Keystone Elevator,
Yeah,
New England Elevator. There's at least 3 here that claim they can do Otis elevator service. Now, I'm assuming they can.
Yeah. I used to own elevators, so I have a little bit of.
Okay.
Anyway, my suggestion would be that we table this briefly until we have all our ducks in a row. But I don't know how other people feel. Mary.
I thought it was good to get this detailed information about what kind of a job it is to even renovate an elevator and what those costs are. And also that there appears to be, a technology jump where software is more part of it. It might involve a software subscription. And also the time frame to actually accomplish the renovation. I think it's 19 weeks. And before that, you'd have to go in and make sure that the conditions were just right for the work that the specialized elevator operators have to do. And so that's sort of an unknown, both as to how much time and how much you'd have to pay. So it is a large amount of money, $156,000. I think there'd have to be a contingency for whatever people would have to do to get the existing space ready, for the workers, the elevator workers to come in. So there's really a lot of questions about it, but I think it's really good to bring it up now, just to point out how complicated it is. And, it's good to give a little nudge to the working group if there's a serious tendency to want to move the elevator. I don't think you can eliminate it personally. I don't think ramps are a realistic option. For instance, if you have to either push a wheelchair or operate it yourself by pushing the wheels, I don't think that's fair to people who, need access to the building. So I'm pretty pro elevator, but I'm seeing that it is a very complicated, very expensive kind of process to either fix it or create a new one.
Yeah. Matt?
Yeah, I thought that this write-up was very interesting, reading about all the things that need to be done to kind of like revitalize, revamp it, especially the timeline that it provides. If something were to break, if it were to break down tomorrow, we're 4 to 5 months out before we could get it fixed if we start tomorrow, like if we sign the documents tomorrow. So, I think that being proactive about a renovation or a refurb of it is important. And I appreciate the research that was done. It can't hurt to make sure that all the, that we've checked out all the options as far as who can do this. So maybe if we're putting this off for a tiny bit more time, the PM could just make sure to verify either yay or nay that this is the only company that can do it, or that if there is another company that can do it, what they would recommend. But I see this as a very specific kind of refurbishment. And so if you're a chemo, I'm concerned that in Tracy Hall, as I've walked around for years in Tracy Hall, it seems like there's really a lot of deferred maintenance that is starting to be super obvious, from as small as Cheryl's pointing out that the notice board is kind of like dissolving at this point, to paint, to carpet cleaning and stuff like that. Like I think that I don't want to push this off for too long, because if it breaks, we're no longer ADA compliant for a very long time. So if Chemo, you're saying that maybe in a month or so we'd know some direction from the Tracy Hall working group, okay, in the meantime, the town manager can hunt down and confirm that like this is our best or only option. And but I wouldn't want to put it off for very much longer.
Yeah, fair enough. But that would be my preference at the moment, personally. Yes?
Yeah.
So should we table this for the time being and then come back to it?
Yeah, but don't sit on it too much.
Yeah, no, we don't have to sit on it. It's good information. Okay, we should probably vote to table it then. All in favor? We can
Aye.
say aye, aye.
Aye.
Yeah, okay, so we'll do that for now. Okay. Okay, let's move on to AP warrants. Anybody want to push these through? Are there any questions?
One question.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me get the line item for you. Hold on. It is Two Rivers Ottaquiche.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on a minute. A line item is 15,795, and it says shared energy
Coordinator.
Coordinator. Yeah.
Just wondering what that is.
Brandon, would you like to describe our shared energy coordinator? Thanks.
Well, I think Brendan has met Harry Falconer. That is our shared energy coordinator, and we budgeted, I think it was 36,000 and something annually. That's the Norwich share to kind of keep him in that role, serving us and other towns in the Upper Valley, and that's half of their annual Norwich contribution.
Oh, right. So we know him. Yep, good. That's the guy. Okay, great.
Just a fee for services.
Excellent. Okay.
Thanks.
That's my only question.
Any other? Yeah? Would anyone like to move these?
I'll do it, but it's a long one.
Yeah, well, it's fun. It's good for your voice.
This time of night, you gotta be kidding me. Item 14, AP warrants. I move to approve AP warrant number 1509 in the amount of 156.50 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1510 in the amount of 889.26 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant number 1511 in the amount of $256,812.67 to be paid from the general fund. AP warrant 1512 in the amount of $685 to be paid from the fire equipment fund, number 26. AP warrant number 1513 in the amount of $52,783.00 to be paid from the Emerald Ash Borer Fund. Number 52, it says $52, but I'm assuming that's a hash symbol. Minor glitch, but that's it.
Yes, sorry. Yes.
AP warrant 1514 in the amount of $157,450.30 to be paid from the Culvert Fund, number 54. And warrant 1515 in the amount of $16,000 even to be paid from the Opioid Settlement Fund, number 56.
I'll second, and I have a question. So since three of us are not physically present at Tracy Hall, how should we sign this? I mean, I'll be on Saturday. But
If
the manager can suggest.
yeah, if Chemo and Brendan can sign tonight, we can do an electronic for at least one more.
Okay.
If Matt or you or Rob are available, we need 3.
I can do DocuSign, but
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
or we all could. Okay,
So we can circulate that tomorrow, or it'll probably be tomorrow.
yep, we'll be looking for it.
Yeah, I can send it to DocuSign.
Right.
Gosh, I hope the lister's office is open. All the documents are in there. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. Clausen,
Aye.
Clayton,
Yes,
no gear, Sweat,
Yes.
and Griggs is a yes. Terrific. Thank you. Receipt of correspondence. Oh, we received a letter from Diane Griggs regarding a sorry state of Dutton Hill Road, thanking the road crew for doing some work to improve things. We have a letter from Chris letting us know she feels our meetings are getting better. That Act 148 that she referenced during the last regular select board meeting is intact, though because enforcement has been an issue, the responsibility for attending the law falls mostly on users of our landfill rather than the garbage can police. She recommended our looking into how to utilize our solid waste committee to gain information related to the state of the food bins that troubled her. We received a letter from Jared Dunn regarding a denial of an appeal for redesignation of their home and asked us to add an agenda item to our next meeting that would ask the listers to produce and discuss criteria used for redesignations and ask that we overturn any neighborhood redesignations that have been made. I don't believe that's in our authority, but I will ask. Paul Manganiello wrote in about traffic safety, suggesting the police department might post the rules of the road for drivers and cyclists to help warn with what he terms the blatant disregard for public safety he has experienced. He provided a list of rules for both drivers and cyclists. Paul included Peter Orner's July 27th letter regarding the road closure on Main Street on Monday, July 27th, and attendant speeding issues on the alternate route. Stephen Hepburn sent in a letter regarding a master financial policy and separation of duties, encouraging the select board to place a review and update of the master financial policy on an upcoming agenda and establishing a clear process and timeline for completion of work described in the letter. Stephen Hepburn also submitted a letter in response to our discussion about correspondence submitted for the select board packets. His research mirrors that done by select board members, showing that the understanding of the public must be able to view materials that are visible to the select board is not true, opening up more options for sharing correspondence in advance of agenda setting and select board meetings. Jenny Barba sent a letter requesting repairs and maintenance along a short section of Beaver Meadow Road above the junction with Hobson. I believe that work was immediately done. The Board of Listers included a memo informing the select board of the lodging of the grand list and informing us of the homestead and non-homestead education tax rates. Marcia Calloway sent 3 missives, the first 2 related, one regarding the listers, second vote to raise their grade step wage, and the second regarding budget issues vis-a-vis elected officials. The third letter regarding financial policy procedures breakdown of responsibilities. That is the end of receipt of correspondence. The next on the list, discussion of our next select board agenda on
we have to
August
accept
26th.
I move to
Point of
accept all
order.
correspondence.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
okay.
Okay, that's, so we have motion.
I move to accept all correspondence.
Okay,
I'll second it.
and, okay, great. Thank you. Sorry, got away from myself.
I have to vote
I'll
though.
write a letter. I'll write a letter for the next packet. Let's vote. Clausen,
Aye.
Clayton,
Yes,
no gear, Sweat,
Yes.
and Griggs is a yes. All right, 16, discussion of August 26th Select Board agenda. It has discussion and motion. I don't think we really need a motion, but we've got on there the spending request number 3, the lister's wage proposal,
and the elevator.
maybe the elevator. We've had a request to put 2 things on the agenda here. One, what was it now? Steve Hepburn. No, I've forgotten where it is here.
Financial
the-
policy.
The master financial policy. That one?
Master financial policy. Okay,
Travel and expense policy.
okay. What else?
Our Public Records Act policy start.
Yeah. Would be good to get that on.
Yeah.
We can kind of begin with the three different, what is it? VLCT has one. I believe we have another one. We have several that are not drafts, but possible model policies that we could all look at and then have a intelligent conversation.
Okay.
And-
These might be just discussion only at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the correspondence came out from earlier.
And
Oh, right.
correspondence. Okay.
Yeah, modifying the correspondence. I think
We
that
were-
Stephen's suggestion that we clearly define the roles within sort of the town financial, departments is an excellent thing to have in public session so that make sure everybody knows, who does what.
Yeah. I agree. Now, Jared Dunn asked that we put an agenda on our next meeting asking the listers to produce and discuss criteria used for redesignations. I
I'm
don't
not sure
know.
that's our job to do that.
I don't think it is, but yes, town manager.
I was just going to say that there's a couple different correspondences from Mr. Dunn that are related, which again, I think it's your discretion to put that on the agenda or not. But I think he was very interested in having a chance to hear from the select board about his concerns.
I mean, the next level of oversight above the listers is the BCA, I believe. So if someone if someone has doesn't agree with the way that they found it, the BCA is the next one, and then above the BCA is the state at a state level. So
I go in that direction.
Well, there's also a Public Record Act request involved in this as well, which I think is perhaps germane to his concerns.
Okay. Yeah. Well, we're all members of the BCA, right? But I don't think we can act as the BCA.
No.
Correct.
So perhaps
The listers have to speak to this, right?
perhaps shall I write him a letter? And
you could try.
Or just
Pam's had some experience here. She can help you specifically with this.
okay.
Individual's
But
request.
yeah, the letter I would write would just point out that we are not the right forum for that.
Okay.
We don't have any authority to.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Good enough. I'll try to do that. Anything else for the August 26th Select Board agenda? Of course, we can always add things.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, if we could have an update from the town manager about the plumbing issue for the triangle. And then also about the sign in the front. They're both sort of ratty infrastructure issues, but I think it would be nice to get them resolved. They're relatively minor, but they're also in the public eye.
Yeah. Okay.
So if I may, just to give, that's 2 weeks away. I mean, we've heard some concerns about the bulletin board and its condition. I've never really taken that on as far as are we getting a new one? Are we going to try to have just fresh paint put on to make it look better? I don't know if that was at all tied into Chemo's working group on Tracy Hall itself, as far as a related structure. But I guess if in 2 weeks, I'm not sure what you want me to come back and say.
Well, just do we need an agenda item to talk about whether, it's relatively minor enough that you can just take care of it, or are we just gonna leave it? I mean,
Well,
it give you some
fine.
direction on it,
Yeah, that would be helpful. I mean,
And then-
if we
Yeah,
want
then the plumbing one, I assume there's some movement, but there was no town manager report tonight, so there was no update on that.
Yeah, well, I can give you a quick one. So we had two professional plumbers.
Let's talk about it in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Is that okay? It was not on the agenda for tonight. So
True.
could we just put it off?
I contemplated responding during the public comment section there, but there really isn't a whole lot more to report other than we're waiting on the plumbing quotes. And I would
Okay.
certainly
Maybe
hope
2
we would
weeks,
have
so-
them in 2 weeks. But if I
Yeah.
do, I would bring those back here to the board, and I promised Carol Loveland that I would send them directly to her because she was anxious to see them. So
Okay,
that's the plan.
good.
One more item, Mr. Chair.
One more item for the agenda.
The less lethal impact munitions.
Uh,
All right.
I think Mary
That's
didn't
on
want
there.
it to drift, so
I think Chemo mentioned that as PD
Yes,
number 3.
yeah. That's item number 3.
it's already there. Good.
Yep. Okay. Great. We'll call discussion closed on that for now.
Yep.
And I'll entertain our final motion.
Number 17, adjournment. I move to adjourn the meeting.
A second.
All right. Thank you for your patience. Vote Klassen,
Aye.
Clayton,
Yes.
Sweat,
Yes.
Griggs.